Vice Chair Barnett.
Here.
Barbos.
He's muted. Huh? You here, Steve?
Yes.
Great. Commissioner Bohar.
Here.
Commissioner McDonald.
Present.
Commissioner O'Neill.
Here.
And Commissioner Wyrick.
Here.
Great.
And I'm here too.
Oh my goodness, Chair Felder.
Next Chair Felder.
It's,
Present.
it's Chair Emeritus. Emeritus Chair.
That's right.
All right. At this point, we'll go ahead and pay tribute and say the Pledge of Allegiance. And I would like Christina Tierney to lead us.
Well, that messes us up because Wendy and I are in the same room, and so I have to be, on mute. No, I would be happy to. Is everyone ready? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible. What's the rest?
Liberty.
Liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Very good.
Are you regretting that choice now?
We'll talk later. So at this point, I'd like to just welcome the public to have several options on how to participate this evening. You can view this meeting online. Prior to this meeting, you can submit comments by email, and I suppose during the meeting you can as well. And then, of course, there's the virtual participation by the Zoom video, and I hope that you have access to that number. So having said that, and seeing no specific questions, I'd like to then move on to item number 4, which are comments from the public on items that are not appearing on this evening's short agenda. Wendy, do we have any hands?
I don't see any hands being raised, and let me check the email. No email and no hands are raised.
Very good. So with that in mind, then we'll go ahead and move down to item number 5, which is the review and the acceptance of the agenda. Would anybody like to speak up in terms of any comments about how it is currently laid out?
I move we accept it as proposed.
Second.
Thank you. Do we need a, yes, roll call, please.
Chair Wellender.
Yes.
Vice Chair Barnett.
Aye.
Commissioner Barbos.
Yes.
Commissioner Bohar.
Yes.
Commissioner Felder.
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald.
Yes.
Commissioner O'Neill.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes unanimously.
All right, then let's, we'll continue on down to the consent calendar, for which we have 2 items under 7.1, and that's the draft meeting notes for May 13th, as well as the draft meeting notes for April 8th. Are there, would anyone like to speak up regarding any comments and or proposed changes? I don't see any hands up, so then
I move we accept the items on the consent calendar.
Second.
thank you. Discussion? None? Roll call.
Chair Wellender.
Yes.
Vice Chair Barnett.
Aye.
Commissioner Barbos.
I have to abstain as I was at neither of these meetings.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Bohar.
Aye.
Commissioner Felder.
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald.
Yes.
Commissioner O'Neill.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes unanimously with 1 abstention. Abstention? You know what I meant.
We sure do.
Extension.
All right, this takes us to the public hearing portion of our evening, and that will begin with item 8.1 is the consideration, discussion, and possible action to approve a use permit application to authorize 3 accessory structures located at 410 Plum Tree Court. And with that, may we please have the staff report?
Thank you, Chair Wellender and Planning Commissioners. The project is located near the intersection of East Napa Street and Plum Tree Court, actually at the very end of Plum Tree Court. Surrounding uses consist of the Sebastiani Winery to the north. To the south is a vacant lot. To the east is a single-family residence on county property, and to the west is a single-family residence. The two existing structures were constructed by a prior owner without obtaining a building permit. And in February of this year, a notice of violation was sent to the property owner to submit a building permit for the unpermitted structures. The applicant is requesting a use permit to authorize 3 structures within a 30-foot wide setback from the top of the bank. There are 2 existing structures, a 186 square foot cedar pavilion and a 120 square foot outbuilding. In addition, a new hot tub is proposed, which would be 10 feet by 12 feet. The project is designated low density residential by the general plan and also by the development code. And accessory structures located in a 30-foot wide setback from the top of bank are allowed in the low density residential land use designation with the approval of a use permit. With regard to the building height, setbacks, and other development standards, there's a requirement for minimum separation of detached structures, and the outbuilding is separated from the main structure by 6 feet, and the cedar pavilion is separated from the main structure by 8 feet. Both the structures meet the accessory structures for heights. The outbuilding has a wall height of 7 feet and a maximum height of 10 feet. And the cedar pavilion has a wall height of 9 feet and a maximum height of 11 feet. And these structures meet the development code requirements. And here is a map of the property. Here's the main residence. The cedar pavilion is here. The outbuilding is here. And the hot tub is proposed here.
Can you go back? You're going a little quickly. Thank you. Thank you.
Great. The proposal is consistent with the lot coverage and the floor area ratio. So the existing lot coverage is just under 28%, and the proposed lot coverage is just over 28%. And the existing floor area ratio is just under 28 or 0.028, and the proposed floor area ratio is just over 0.28. And they all comply. With regard to the Creekside development standards, a 30-foot wide setback from the top of the bank is required for Sonoma Creek. And in order to allow structures in this setback, a use permit is required. A stream bed analysis was prepared by the applicant, and the stream bed analysis was based on a previous analysis. It was the Nathanson Creek overbank flow analysis for the Campobella Estates from 2001. And the outcome of that stream bed analysis stated that because the Campobella Estates development would eliminate the floodplain, the project would be required to install drainage improvements to convey the anticipated maximum flow. And a drainage channel was constructed at that time to convey the water back to Nathanson Creek, west of Plum Tree Court. And contrary to the staff report, this recommendation was a requirement of the Campobella Estates and has since been constructed. In the staff report, it said that this was going to be a condition of approval, and staff's recommending that condition number 3 be stricken from the conditions of approval because the channel has already been constructed. So all 3 structures are positioned outside the creek bank in a location that slopes away from the bank. If a flood event that leads to water inundating the proposed structures, the existing residence of the property, which is located at a lower elevation, would be inundated to a greater extent. Positioning the structures at the higher elevation within the creek setback zone constitutes a lower risk of impacts to the creek, as flood inundation would be reduced. So visual inspection and measurement of the stream bed reveals mature trees and vegetation and topography that closely match that shown in the survey presented in the previous stream bed analysis. The application concludes that the banks are historically stable, posing little risk of a failure that would lead to changes that would adversely affect the structures proposed. And this information has been verified by the Public Works Director and City Engineer. Project is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. And there are certain use permit findings this commission will need to make in order to approve the use permit. And staff recommends that the Planning Commission approve the use permit application, subject to findings and conditions of approval, with the removal of condition number 3. And that concludes staff's report. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for staff?
I have a question.
Yes, Jim.
Wendy, is it material to know what the use of this outbuilding is to the what's on the table right now?
Well, you can certainly pose that question to the applicant.
Hello? Everybody's locked up.
Only,
Can you hear me now?
Why don't we give
Wendy,
you,
did you hear me?
I'm sorry?
Did Wendy hear the question?
Yes.
Uh,
answered it.
I think all we can do is ask, I'm sure the applicant is listening, and so when he comes forward to speak, we'll make sure that he addresses the function of that outbuilding.
Ron,
Yes.
question for staff. Can you hear me, Wendy?
Yes.
My recollection is that there is a square foot size limit permitted for accessory structures. And my memory serves that it's 10 by 12. Did I hear you correctly that one of the existing accessory structures on this property is currently 12 by 14?
Yes, it is. And there isn't a limitation on the size of an accessory structure. If an accessory structure is less than 120 square feet, it may not require a building permit, but you can have accessory structures larger than that, provided they don't cover more than 50% of the rear yard setback area.
So if this retroactive permit is granted tonight, that would be also include retroactive approval of a accessory structure larger than that which requires no permit?
Right, and they would need a building permit in order to construct those or
Okay.
to legalize them.
Do we know when these structures were built?
No.
Okay, and do we know, well, and this may be a question for the applicant, do we know whether the existence of these structures that were not built with a permit were disclosed to the buyer of the house?
That's a great question for the applicant.
Okay.
Yes, yes, Sheila.
On music. Wendy, what prompted the notice of violation?
So the building inspector was on site doing an inspection for an unrelated building. They were doing something inside the main residence and he observed the structures.
Okay, all right. So there was not an issue that prompted the city to go look at it. It was just, he happened to see it.
Right.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else? Yes.
Question, do we know when the current owner acquired this parcel?
Yeah, that's all
My-
public record. They
my
bought it on October 15th, 2020.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Wendy, I may have missed it, but I know one structure is the pavilion, one structure is the outbuilding, which was, I guess, previously used by the former owner as an office. The third structure is,
A hot tub that is not on site yet.
okay, thank you. Anything else for staff? And just for clarity purposes, Wendy, you stated that this has been reviewed by the Director of Public Works and she takes no exception to staff's recommendation?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, if I do not see anyone else's hand up raising questions for staff, I would like to then open it up to the public and starting with giving the applicant an opportunity to introduce himself and make comments regarding his application. So I see Mr. Walker, who I believe is representing the owner. So
Yes, sir.
please go right ahead and state your name, and the floor is yours.
Yeah. So my name is John Walker. I'm with JTW Consulting Engineers. And let's see, so I think a couple questions came up about when the property or when the structures were built, and they were built between 2018 and 2019, I believe. And let's see, I think there was another question. Was it disclosed to the owner prior to building or prior to selling? And it was partially disclosed, but not entirely disclosed.
Whatever that means.
So yeah, the owner disclosed that yeah, he was under the impression that a 10 by 12 structure did not require a permit. 10 by 12 accessory structure did not require a permit. There's a section in the Sonoma Code that says structures under 120 square feet do not require a building permit. Within the building permit language, there is that similar language, but there's also the requirement if it's above a certain height and if it's within the creek setback. So it was a misunderstanding that, that whether it required a permit or not. I don't believe there are any other questions, but I think that answers what I heard thus far.
Someone did inquire about the possible function of the out structure.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Before it was used as an office. There's electrical run to it, and it's somewhat finished on the inside. It's got drywall and flooring, basically an office or a playroom or a small space in the backyard for whatever the owner would use it for.
Mr. Chair?
I'm sorry. Yes, Larry.
Mr. Walker, are the owners of this property aware of how prone their property is to flooding, and that there is an absolute certainty at some point in the future, if they hold this property for any length of time, that they will be subjected to a significant flood event at their home?
I'm not sure. I don't know that. So it's not in a flood. It's not in a FEMA flood zone. In 2017.
Here's why I'm asking. For
Okay.
those of us who lived here long enough, and they really need to know this. It's not going to particularly influence the decision of the commission tonight, but they need to know. In the year 2000, there was something that occurred called the New Year's flood. And the New Year's flood was a result of about 18 hours of continuous rain, in which Nathanson Creek flowed drastically over its banks for a length extending all the way to at least 7th Street. The water was so copious that it flowed across all the land between 5th Street East and 7th Street East onto Napa Road and Napa Street. And Napa Street, because I woke up that morning and I live on 5th Street East, saw the water running down 5th Street East in a manner I had never witnessed before in my 30 years here. And I ended up putting on my knee-high boots and walking down to Napa Street, only to discover that the water was flowing west on Napa Street. It was 1 foot to 1.5 feet deep. And after the flood subsided, I found a fish 3 foot high up in a bush. And that was fairly impressive information and testimonial to just how high the water can get. That said, there are vulnerable spots on Nathanson Creek where flooding predictably occurs, and those are noted on some of the reports that are included in this document. But the same reports also indicate that the channel is not capable of carrying even a 10-year flood event, and that it will pop its banks along the length of Nathanson Creek. I only bring this up because, first of all, the owner should understand that any, particularly if, for example, a hot tub, which has got an electrical current going to the tub to run the motor and the heater, has got to be, the process of the installation of that has got to be thought through in a way that you don't end up with a serious electrical risk when that property floods. And I'm not saying if, I'm saying when. Plum Tree Court is a predictable flood event and has been constructed, as I'm sure you know, in order to coordinate that flooding event with Campobello Estates and direct the water as best as possible into the channel that was constructed as part of the Campobello Estates flood control issue. Now, I should note that since the time of the creation of that diversionary channel in Campobello Estates, there has been no rain event that has been able to test the veracity of the engineering assumptions of that flood channel. Moreover, that flood channel is basically designed to route all that water into the middle of the main street at Campobello Estates and to direct it to back to Napa Street and send it westerly to flow eventually back into Nathanson Creek. The confusing part of that assumption for me, of course, is that 4th Street East and Napa Street is always flooding, and even in a minor rain event, there are signs out there because that intersection floods. So the only point I'm making is that whatever gets approved tonight by the Planning Commission, there's going to have to be great thought put into the reality of a predictable flood event for this property owner who may not be aware of either how predictable it is or how severe it can be. And I don't know whether there was anything in the real estate sales record that indicated or talked about the history of flooding on Plum Tree Court. But it is probably, in my opinion, one of the most, if not the most vulnerable residential street as pertains to flooding in the entire city of Sonoma. And I just want the owners to realize what they're getting into here.
Thank you, Larry. Now, I'm sorry, Mr. Walker, do you have any other more comments before I open it back to the public, or should the present owner wish to speak? There's certainly, you're welcome to. And if you have no more comments, I'll open it up to the public for further comment. Okay, seeing no motion on that, we'll open it up then. Wendy, do you
There's
see any?
no public comment.
None. Okay. Well, with the applicant's concluded remarks and no comments from the public, then I'm going to close the open public section of it and bring it back to the commissioners for discussion. Mr. McDonald, I see that hand up.
All right. The question I have for the commission and also for staff is pretty simple. Do we have the ability to add a condition to make sure that the structures are not habitable? Meaning that they're not conditioned for air or heat so they could be slept in?
Yes,
Thank you. So that's something that I'd like our commission to consider as part of the deliberation and conditioning. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you, Bob. Yes, Sheila.
Regarding Commissioner McDonald's comment, I feel,
I'm sorry, Jim, okay, yeah, please continue, Jim.
okay, I'm okay?
Yes, please.
Okay, in regard to Commissioner McDonald's comment, I had the same concept of not wanting that to be possible residential. If we put that as a condition, that could later be removed by getting a building permit for that use? Is that what would happen? Can anybody, Wendy, can you answer that?
if the planning commission adds that condition, it can only be removed by this commission.
Okay. I thought the condition of a building habitable for residential that existed would be up to the building department. That's not true. Is that accurate?
Well, if this commission adds it to the conditions of approval, that it cannot be habitable, then only this commission can remove that.
Okay, fine. I'll withdraw my comment.
Okay. Commissioner O'Neill, did you have some thoughts?
Yes, thank you.
Oh,
So I looked at the video of when this property was for sale, and the outlying structures are clearly and prominently displayed in there. And while they were clearly done without permits, I think that they were done in a really nice way. They're beautiful. And actually the little shed is so pretty. I took a picture of it and I thought, I could use that in my property. So I think that they were really well done. I was prepared to say that it's still not okay because it's within 30 feet of the creek. However, when I realized that that's the high point on the property and any flooding is going to go down towards the house, that kind of alleviates my concern there. And following up on Commissioner Barnett's concerns about the flood, I checked it out on the FEMA flood zone. It is definitely not in an area that requires flood insurance. What does that mean? It can flood or it cannot flood? Well, of course, it still could flood, and flood insurance is still probably a good idea to have, but it's certainly not a requirement because it is not in the AE zone. So overall, when I look at this, and I actually think that the report done by John Walker was fabulous. So I am leaning towards definitely supporting this. And I think the way the hot tub is going in, kind of away from the creek on the other side of the shelter, I think that this is a time when it's okay to have that exception where we have the structures within the 30 feet of the creek. So overall, I'm really leaning favorably towards this, but I'll be listening to my other commissioners.
Thank you very much. Yes, Commissioner Barnett. Sorry, Steve.
I just had a question about the way in which a permission tonight would intersect with the current ADU laws that the state has essentially imposed and that the city has essentially adopted. If we permit, I heard Wendy say that we could make as a condition that none of these accessory structures be habitable, but does that foreclose the opportunity of this owner or a future owner from applying to convert any of or the appropriate structure to the use as an ADU? And what are the implications of granting this permit, and is that apart and separate from a permit that might have to be or could be granted in the future for conversion of a unit to an ADU.
That sure would be a really small ADU, and I don't even know if you'd have room for it. However, if this commission said you can't have, use the structure to live in, and the applicant wanted to make it an ADU, they'd have to come back to the commission and get that condition removed.
Thank you.
Commissioner Barros.
Couple things. First, I concur with Sheila's comments. I think that these structures have less risk of flooding than the primary house, given their elevations, and share in the appreciation of their attractiveness. The thing that I'm wondering about is why, unless there is some city ordinance that would prohibit somebody from sleeping, if you had an overflow guest problem with a bunch of family visiting and you wanted to have somebody sleep out there, unless there's some city ordinance or regulation that would prohibit that, why do we care? I mean, why do we care if the owner has a family reunion and some grandkids want to get in their sleeping bags and sleep in this little structure? I mean, why do we care? I don't care. And I think it's just kind of heavy-handed, and I don't like overreaching when we don't need to do it. So if we don't need to do it, I'm not in favor of doing it.
Thank you, Steve. Who would like to speak now? Yes, Mr. Bohar.
Everybody's
Yes, Jim.
frozen
Oh,
from my standpoint.
you're frozen?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Yes, we can hear you,
I
Jim.
wonder if there's a distinction between, am I up, Ron?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I wonder if there's a distinction between someone sleeping there overnight and living. Living implies a bathroom and a kitchen and everything else, as an ADU would require. Maybe Commissioner Barbosa is right. Sleeping in it doesn't constitute a residence or living. Does that make any sense? Anybody know about that?
I don't know the specifics, but I know that this particular parcel is on a septic system, and septic systems are designed for a certain number of bedrooms. So unless the original design of the septic exceeded the number of bedrooms that were built, if they were to come back and seek to formalize that into an ADU, I'm not sure how that would be received, certainly by the building department. So anyway, that's my comment about what I know about the septic system. All right.
I think I go along with Mr. Barbosa and say I'm not concerned about it.
Okay,
Excuse me.
thank you, Jim. Mr. Felder.
I would tend to agree also with Mr. Barbosa, Commissioner Barbosa, that it's not really habitable in the sense of an ADU. So I don't see that we need to condition it as such. And I don't have any other strong objections to as the way it's been proposed. So I would be in favor of going ahead with it as is.
Thank you, Mr. Felder. So I believe if I inventory who has spoken, I'm left. I will concur with my fellow commissioners about overall supporting this request. I will make a side note that I am disappointed that either the seller's realtor or the buyer's realtor did not do what I feel would have been legitimate due diligence to verify whether things had been either permitted or actually been built in that creek easement. Because it puts the burden on us now after the fact to have it be reconsidered. And I just think that from a professional standpoint, I believe realtors should have the responsibility to do a little better effort of doing their due diligence, but that's just my own perspective. So with my comment of overall support, I believe it is the time to entertain someone's motion. So with that, do I have a motion? Mr. Barbos,
I move that we approve the use permit application subject to the findings and conditional approval in the staff report, with the exception that the condition related to the channel, the drainage channel, be removed.
thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
All right, further discussion? Roll call, Wendy?
Chair Wellender,
Yes.
Vice Chair Barnett,
Aye.
Commissioner Barbos,
Yes.
Commissioner Bohar,
Aye.
Commissioner Felder,
Yes,
Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner O'Neill.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. Good
Chair
luck.
Wellender, may I interrupt with a point of order?
Please.
I would ask the associate planner in the future and roll calls to give the chair the availability to be the last one to cast a vote, which is normal precedence in this matter.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Congratulations, Mr. Reimer and Mr. Walker.
Very good. We'll then move on to the next item, 8.2, but I need to get the wheelbarrow and bring all the documents to my desk for 8.2. So give me a second. All right. All right. My agenda. Okay, we are now at item number 8.2. It's to discuss, consider, and take possible action to approve of a use permit amendment and design review application for 11 new guest rooms at 29 East MacArthur. And with that, I would like to ask for the staff report.
Thank you. I'm just taking a moment to promote all of the applicants and project team. All right. All right, well, before we start, I would just like to take a moment to introduce the project team. And the applicant is Joe Walsh, who has been before you many times, Michael Ross, the architect, and our CEQA consultants are Lucy and Abe. And I'll let them give a moment to explain their background. We've worked with RINCON on several projects and really like working with their team. Lucy and Abe, do you want to introduce yourself real quick?
Yeah, sure. I'm Lucy Sundelson. I'm the project manager for this project for the CEQA document. I'm with RINCON Consultants. We are working with the city to do CEQA documentation. And then I also have Abe Leader with me, who is a principal at RINCON Consultants.
Thank you. Welcome.
I'm good with how Lucy introduced me. Thank you. Nice to be here.
Great.
And apologies, Lucy, I was afraid of butchering your last name.
It's a tough one, don't worry.
All right, I'm just going to take a moment to share my screen. And I always have trouble with this because my computer is set up for 2. All right. There we go. All right, the proposed project that we're here to discuss tonight is a proposed expansion of the MacArthur Place Hotel and Spa, located at 29 East MacArthur Street. Everyone on the commission is familiar with the project. It is a project site. It's a 5.1 acre site bordered by Broadway to the west, East MacArthur to the north, Nathanson Creek to the east, and the Sonoma Valley High School to the south. The hotel currently has 64 guest rooms and is a meeting and event venue, also has a restaurant and spa. The project is located in the Broadway corridor and is zoned for mixed use. The setbacks are 15-foot front setback, 5-foot minimum setback for the side, and 15 feet combined, and a 20-foot rear setback. The proposed project is to construct 5 new buildings that would accommodate 11 new hotel rooms. The total square footage is 6,413 square feet. It also includes the approval of the tent that is in the back of the restaurant. And the recommendation for including the tent in the use permit was from staff. This is stemming from a discussion that's going on for a couple of years about using temporary use permits as a mechanism to approve the tents. You remember the Hot Monk tent project from a few years ago. So by wrapping the all-weather tent into this approval, the city will no longer have to issue temporary use permits, and it makes it clear what's allowed and what's not. There we go. This is a quick summary. I'm going to skim over some of the applicant slides because he will do a much better job presenting than I will. But the new buildings are named U, V, W, X, and Y. Sorry, there's a lag. Here is the proposed site plan. All of the 5 buildings and 11 rooms would be worked into the existing hotel campus. There are no major expansions of buildings that don't really exist. It's working within the existing green space area. And included is a tree transplant and removal plan. It's in the packet. And I'm gonna, these elevations are not showing up very well. So I'm going to skip through some of those and just get straight to the renderings. Those are a little bit more informational. And as you're aware, the hotel recently had a spa expansion approved, and I will ask the applicant to touch on that, but I believe construction is expected to start on that in the fall. Here's the material boards. We have substantially matching the existing hotel with the white paint and gray black trim and the existing light fixtures. Probably the biggest issue surrounding the proposed expansion and the comments that we got the most of were about parking. And parking is a complicated issue for this project. It has evolved over many years. And so I have a little bit of a summary of what the evolution of the hotel has been and how parking has played a role in that. The original rezoning and use permit was in 1997. So obviously we had different parking standards at that time. So the project was approved originally on June 12th, 1997. It was approved as a 35-room hotel, retreat and conference center. And it was approved with 70 parking spaces. There was also a caretaker unit. In 1999, a use permit was approved to expand from the 35 rooms to 64 rooms and added restaurants. We had a 60-seat restaurant as well as the spa. So the number of required parking spaces in 1999 was 99 spaces. And the prior parking requirements that applied to this expansion, it was required to have 1 space per hotel room, 1 space for every 4 event and restaurant guests. There was no required parking for outside seating, and there was no additional requirements for employee parking. So the employee parking was worked into the 1 space per hotel room, and the restaurant and event spacing. And a lot of this information comes from a zoning verification letter from the prior planning director. It outlines it pretty nicely. So then the most recent use permit expansion was in 2018. So in 2018, the use permit was approved for 122 parking spaces. A small exception to the code was allowed because of the valet parking program. There was a 50% reduction that was approved by the Planning Commission for this parking standards for co-uses. So the hotel is the primary use, and the ancillary uses are the restaurant, spa, and the events. And the thinking is that about half of the guests would be hotel guests, and they would use the restaurant and the spa and maybe be attending the an event at the facility. Condition of approval 3H in 2008 states that there are 12 of the 121 parking spaces approved under the use permit shall be considered in excess of the city's parking requirement. We have a condition of approval in 2018 that identifies a bank of 12 parking spaces. And here's just a snapshot of the approved parking table from 1999. And this is what was in the 2018 use permit approval. So from that 122, again, there are currently 131 spaces. So we got from 122, what did I just say? 121 to 131, 121 to 131 in 2020, when the permanent generators were approved. If you recall, the generators were approved in one location, and then there were some constraints with additional spacing that was required. And that was followed up very quickly with another use permit amendment that increased the parking count. There was an exception to the length of some of the parking spaces, as well as allowing some tandem parking spaces to be used by valet staff during peak periods of hotel use. So in 2020, they did the restriping program, and so the current number of parking spaces is 131. Part of the approval was for the applicant to prepare a parking management plan. There was a great discussion at the time about the potential impacts and existing ongoing impacts of parking on the neighbors. So the issue with the hotel having some overflow into the neighborhood, it's not a new one, and everyone is well prepared to discuss this tonight. I think it's going to be the hot button issue. But just wanted to take a moment to summarize what the parking management plan says. So it was prepared by WTrans and was submitted by the applicant in 2020. So that was ahead of this current application. It was submitted to satisfy the condition of approval of the 2020 use permit, and is also incorporated by reference into the initial study and mitigated neg deck. So the parking management plan identified the human resources manager to be the transportation coordinator. There's one person at the hotel who is responsible for ensuring that the parking program is implemented and adhered to by all staff. There's a welcome packet for new employees with transit information, and the coordinator is required to do biennial surveys and reports to document compliance. And there were also recommendations in the report. One of them was the recommendation for staff to use the valet parking system to ensure that the employees are parking on site, not off site. Some of the other recommendations in the program were for the hotel to consider staggering work shifts so that all the employees are not coming and going at the same time, and trying to find parking at the same time. And that's their shift change typically happens at 3. The big one happens at 3 o'clock, pursuant to the report, which is also when school gets out. And I will let the applicant address which one of those changes they have made. Right now, the parking management plan is a list of recommendations. It's not so much a formalized list that is going to be adhere to and something that we can monitor. It's more, again, there's definitely another step needed to make sure that a final parking management plan is developed. We've had some recent comments from neighbors that there are some issues with buses, tour buses, parking on some of the residential streets, and the applicant and their project team met with those neighbors this week, and I hope some of the neighbors are here tonight to speak about that. So it's a very long-winded way of saying parking is not an easy, straightforward issue. There is a long history, and there are decisions and conditions of approval that apply to this project that don't allow for strict reading of our current code. So the current proposal is for parking. So we have the hotel for a total of 75 guest rooms would require 75 parking spaces. The maximum number of employees in a shift is 34, and there's one required parking space per 2 employees. So there's a total of 17 required parking spaces per employees. The restaurant and coffee shop are considered together as far as the number of seats, and the hotel uses flexibility as to where the seats are located during the day to accommodate their needs. So for the 132 indoor seats, there are 33 required parking spaces. And as previously approved, there is the 50% reduction for the accessory use. 33 outdoor seats are allowed per our code with no additional parking requirement. The conference center is capped at 150 people capacity per the use permit. And that translates to a requirement of 37.5 parking spaces. With the 50% reduction, that's 18.75 parking spaces. The spa, which as you recall, when it was originally constructed, did not require parking, but with the expansion and going forward, adhering to the code, the requirement is for 27.62 parking spaces, and with the reduction for the accessory use, 13.8. So the total number of parking spaces that are required at this time is 141 spaces. There are currently 131 spaces on site, and the applicant is requesting to utilize some of the 12 parking spaces that were banked from 2018. After this, my next part of the presentation is about the use permit findings. And before we get to that, I would like to turn it over to Lucy and her team to discuss the initial study. Per CEQA, we were required to do an initial study, a negative declaration. The project did not qualify for a categorical exemption. So the city contracted with RINCON, and they prepared the initial study, which was circulated pursuant to CEQA, and we received one comment letter on the initial study from David Eichar. We did receive additional comments from neighbors, but those comments were directed more towards the use permit and the neighborhood compatibility issues. And with that, I will turn it over to Lucy.
Thank you. Can everybody see my screen? Okay, great. So as Christina said, we're here to talk about the initial study mitigated negative declaration for the project, which was prepared under the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA. Just a quick brief outline of what the purposes of CEQA are. They include the disclosure of potential significant environmental impacts from proposed projects, the identification of ways to avoid or reduce those identified impacts. And CEQA is also meant to enhance public participation and interagency coordination during the planning review process. Here's a list of all of the environmental topics that CEQA requires analysis of. There are 20 in total. They range from aesthetics, wildfire, all the way to things like energy, air quality, greenhouse gases, and transportation. So what is an initial study mitigated negative declaration, or IS-MND? The document that you all have in front of you is kind of one document with two pieces to it. It's got an initial study, which is a preliminary assessment that goes through all of the 20 environmental topics under CEQA and identifies potential impacts. And then the mitigated negative declaration, or MND, which is a document that says, with implementation of identified mitigation measures, the proposed project would not have a significant impact on the environment. And here's a quick overview of the process that we've gone through so far for the document. The draft IS-MND was published on May 19th. That kickstarted a public comment period that ended on June 8th. As Christina mentioned, we've received a few comments. One in particular included some comments directly related to the draft IS-MND. And I think you have our response to that comment letter. It outlines responses to each individual comment and then a couple areas where we are recommending some minor revisions for clarity to the document. So the public comment period ended on June 8th, and tonight you're here to consider adopting the final draft, which would include the draft IS-MND plus those recommended revisions that we outlined in our memo.
Chair Wellner, can I interrupt, please?
Please, go right ahead.
Just before we leave this slide, how did you publish the notice of intent on the 19th of May? How did it go out to the public?
It was published with the county clerk and then sent to state agencies, including the Office of Historic Preservation. And then Christina, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it was sent to interested parties as well. Is that right?
It was posted on our website, and it was part of our e-blast every week that goes out to let people know of new and upcoming information.
So there was no other individual contact with possible interested parties other than the e-blast or the posting on the website.
So the neighbors within 500 feet all got a copy of the notice of availability with the link to go check out the report in addition to the regular notice for the public hearing.
Thank you.
All right. So the initial study, or the IS-MND, concludes that the project would result in either no impacts, less than significant impacts, or less than significant with mitigation incorporated impacts for all environmental topics. And then on this slide, I have a summary of the environmental topics where mitigation measures were identified as needed. Those include air quality, including potential impacts related to fugitive dust during construction, potential impacts to biological resources, including nesting birds, bats, and tree protection needed, potential impacts to cultural resources, potential impacts to geology and soils, including impacts related to construction on unstable soils, and potential discovery of paleontological resources, and then potential impacts related to the unanticipated discovery of tribal cultural resources. And a quick summary of the mitigation measures that are identified in the document to address all of those impacts, including a mitigation measure requiring the basic construction measures recommended by the Air Quality District, including measures related to fugitive dust, measures requiring surveys to evaluate the presence of nesting birds and bats, and then additional avoidance measures for construction activities, mitigation measures requiring tree protection as required under the municipal code, and then several mitigation measures related to measures for protecting resources that are identified during construction, including archaeological resources, paleontological resources, tribal cultural resources, and then finally a mitigation measure requiring that the recommendations in the soils report that was prepared for the project be followed. And that's it for me. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Larry.
Um, I'm wondering whether your report did any analysis of the effect of additional, what I'll refer to as hardscape features on the landscape and its effect on water runoff. In other words, we're replacing permeable surfaces with impermeable surfaces, and which are going to collect, or at least in the gutter system and in the downspout system, collect rainfall, and that water is going to be distributed where and how, and what is the effect of that additional water collection from impermeable surfaces on both the local hydrology of the area, the impact on the creek. Where's this new collected water going to go? And did you look at that?
Yes, thanks for that question. So there, section 10 in the IS-MND it evaluates impacts related to hydrology and water quality. That includes a full analysis of the increase in impermeable surfaces, changes in drainage systems, potential impacts to water quality, and that kind of thing. And we go through, also actually I would say that we talk about this a little bit in the memo, responding to the public comment that we received. But we conclude that given the pretty minimal increase in impermeable surfaces and the pretty minor change in drainage patterns, we expect that impacts would be less than significant. And the project would also be subject to various requirements under the municipal code, including things like best management practices to prevent potential impacts related to water quality, drainage, erosion, that kind of thing.
My recollection is that presently new construction projects in Sonoma are required to have some internal mechanism for collecting runoff water rather than having it go into the storm drain system. What's currently, and I would be interested in hearing about what's currently happening on this property, because I don't recall any retention ponds or retention areas for water. If I may have missed it, but how does that fit in? And maybe this is something Christina can answer, into the city requirements that runoff not basically be distributed into the public system.
Yeah, I'm happy to take this, Lucy. So stormwater is one of the resource areas that is really heavily regulated by the Regional Water Quality Control Board. And they are basically delegating to our Department of Public Works to ensure that their requirements are met. And Lucy, do you mind stopping your screen share?
Sure.
I'm just going to pull up the conditions of approval. So issues regarding stormwater are handled through our conditions of approval. Number 3 is all applicable stormwater requirements shall be met and implemented on site prior to construction. And does that say or occupancy and or final occupancy? So our Department of Public Works staff is going to, through the building permit, look at the grading plan, the stormwater prevention plan, and ensure that all of that is in order prior to grading and then through construction as well. I will let the applicant chime in later if they would like to, but I'm assuming that part of the landscape plan is usually integrated into the stormwater management plan, and those areas are typically used for infiltration, things like that. And just checking to see if there's any other applicable. So similarly, all the sanitation requirements are in condition number 11. All the mitigation measures are also incorporated as conditions of approval. We had a stormwater plan requirement too. I know the facility has a requirement for a stormwater plan. We've been updating those with every permit that comes through.
So am I correct, though, in my memory, is my memory correct that projects nowadays need to make a provision to contain runoff on the property itself? Or have
That is definitely not my area of expertise. That's a really an engineering question. I rely on Public Works heavily for those. And I think Michael might be able to touch on that a little bit better. But before I jump, I also want to share the CEQA checklist questions. One of the things that's really tough about CEQA and planning is that we're talking about the same issues, but we are discussing them with different standards and thresholds. So under what you're discussing is sounds more to me like more of a functional, is there going to be any kind of effect on the creek? Under CEQA, we're looking at these questions here. So the first question is, would the project violate any water quality standard or waste discharge requirements or otherwise substantially degrade surface or groundwater quality? And so for those standards, we're looking at adopted state and regional board standards. And it's, you know, we're talking about the difference between not the hotel itself, but the change between the baseline and what's being proposed. So the impacts that we're analyzing are just for those 11 new guest rooms. So the impacts of constructing and operating these 5 buildings with 11 guest rooms.
But that would nonetheless require some analysis of the cumulative effect because it's adding to the existing runoff and stormwater patterns. So there has to be a cumulative component to it.
The cumulative, yeah, there is a cumulative component. Let me just finish running through. So criteria B is, would the project substantially decrease groundwater supplies or interfere with groundwater recharge such that the project may impede sustainable groundwater management of the basin? So these 11 units are not going to impede the groundwater management of the entire Sonoma water basin. Would it substantially alter the existing drainage pattern of the site, including through the alteration of the course of a stream, river, or through the addition of impervious surface in a manner that would result in substantial erosion or siltation on or off site? And our best management practices and conditions of approval address that. Substantially increase the rate or amount of surface runoff in a manner that would result in flooding on or off site. Public Works has reviewed the plans and determined that that would not be the case. Create or contribute runoff water which would exceed the capacity of the existing or planned stormwater system. That's addressed through the building permit process. And would it impede or redirect flood flows? So those are the questions through CEQA that we're looking at.
Can I chime in, Chair Wellender?
Please.
I have the same recollection as Commissioner Barnett that for any projects that are proposed, that they have to provide either retention ponds or swales or something else to make sure that no water generated by the construction leaves the site, that it's contained within the site. And I can think of numerous examples of where that has taken place in other projects that have been proposed in the city.
I think you're referring to the BASMA requirements, and that's all handled through Public Works.
Well, it's been a condition of approval by this commission in past projects.
So that's the condition of approval that I read, that they have to meet all of the applicable stormwater. So the BASMA requirements, it's a state level requirement.
But where on this site is there any retention of stormwater?
Can I respond?
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't know if everyone could hear. Commissioner Barnett, it's a great question. In 2018, the entire drainage inlet and stormwater retention system was upgraded as part of the renovation. In 2020, we entered with Department of Public Works, the City of Sonoma, a stormwater facilities maintenance agreement, a facility agreement where we have obligations for inspection in annual reporting. The way the site is laid out, there's about 12 different retention ponds. They basically are hidden throughout the landscape, so it's not as visible. The new guest room project adds approximately 3, I'm estimating here. There are 2 large retention areas that they do eventually. The one on the east side of the lot does eventually fill and has a sediment system for getting purity, and that system does overflow eventually to the creek. And on the southwest side, there's another one on the southwest side of the parking lot. But all those systems were upgraded in 2018. And then with the spa also, we added a few additional retention areas, and they're sort of, again, hidden throughout. But the stormwater facilities maintenance agreement basically has us doing regular inspections after rainfall, ensuring the system's operating. Thank you.
Thank you. That's helpful. I didn't realize that you had these retention areas built into the plan, and hopefully we'll be able to find out whether they work if we ever get rain again in Sonoma.
Please continue, Christina.
Where were we? I feel like we finished a question. Lucy, did you have anything else to add to your presentation?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Answer more questions though.
Yeah, I think this is a great opportunity to either open it up to commission questions, or if you would like to have the applicant presentation.
Let's go ahead and give the commissioners an opportunity to address their questions to staff before we invite the applicant to come forward. So I see lots of hands. I'm going to start with Sheila, please.
Thank you. I'm using the old-fashioned way of raising my hand on the Zoom, but if you just like that better, I can do that. I have a question for staff. With the temporary tent becoming permanent and we don't count outdoor seating for parking, does that change because it is no longer a temporary space and it is no longer really outdoors? And how does that factor into the parking requirements?
So that's a great question, and I had this very similar discussion earlier today. I will ask Joe, are you planning to leave it up year round, or we're just approving it for use year round? If they
Thanks, Christina. The plan for the outdoor tent was it was rented because of COVID. So it was installed. It actually worked quite well. So what ownership's request is that we have the ability to have a tent of that size, potentially a little bit smaller, and then use it seasonally. So the major plan would be pretty much in Sonoma on a typical year is it goes up in October and then it comes down when it gets warm. In the summer, it's really not practical to have it up because of heat. However, the request of ownership is that we would like to also still be able to put it up during the summer for a special event if there's a weather. That said, it takes a couple days to strike the tent, but we're very flexible to have the tent go up and then come down, but we did want the flexibility that for inclement weather or a special event, we could put it back up, and it would always be where it was over the winter in the Layla patio.
So if it's going to have the ability to be up at any time, how do we consider those seats in terms of our parking requirement?
So I still consider that, and uniformly throughout the city, we consider covered tent tables to still be outdoor space. It is not a permanent structure. It does not require a building permit. It has openings on several sides. It requires approval from our fire marshal and a tent permit. So it is technically, it is a tent. It is not a structure. It's not like an indoor space as we typically would consider one to be.
If I may add, there's still, Commissioner O'Neill, there's still a limit on the number of total seats. So when our use permit was approved in about 2018, we said that, the way the barn was designed, there's many different seating areas, but we certainly would agree to what the cap is on the total number of restaurant seats. We just wanted the flexibility that they could be inside or outside. And the other point to say on this tent, and I know tents are sensitive, it actually was featured in Forbes.com as as an attractive amenity. And it's not visible from the street. And we've actually received many positive comments on it. And we want to continue to have festoon lights and such, so that it's an attractive addition to the hotel. Thank you.
And as I mentioned, the inclusion of the tent in the use permit was at staff's recommendation based on the direction that we've been heading with some of the issues with temporary tents around the city of Sonoma. So by giving this approval, they can make investments that are needed to have a well-designed tent that integrates the site well.
Okay, Steve.
Well, just on the tent issue, I'm a little confused. I didn't see this as being in our agenda, so I question whether this part of this is even properly noticed. But beyond that, I'm also unclear what Mr. Walsh just said about the number of overall restaurant seats. If you're saying there's 132 seats total, and if you put so many people outside, you're going to take that away from the 132. And so you're still only going to have 132 people wherever they're eating. That concept seems different than if you count them. If you don't count them, and just because it's outdoor space, I feel like it's kind of an end run around a parking problem. By putting people in an outdoor tent and saying it's a temporary structure, even though it's now permission is sought to keep it up year round, this is a problem.
And if I could clarify, there may be a typo somewhere. So they are not proposing to use it year round. It's being proposed to be an annual part of the hotel programming. So a seasonal aspect.
With a cap on 132 seats wherever you put the people.
I might be wrong, Christina, on the total number of seats, but when the use permit was granted, it did say you could only have this many total restaurant seats. It didn't matter if they were indoor or outdoor, but we are capped and we're not asking to change that.
Yeah, and so this tent issue, like I said, this goes back to the Hot Monk discussion several years ago. And as you all are aware, on an annual basis, the city has been approving temporary use permits for outdoor spaces. And you look around the plaza and now there's some additional ones, but the direction from the Planning Commission was to no longer utilize temporary use permits for these event spaces and that they should be integrated into the use permit for the site. So the noticing, just to address your noticing comment, so that this will be part of the programming of the use permit itself. And that's what was noticed. It was for the use permit design review. And this is part of the use permit.
So any decision that's made with respect to this particular tent doesn't have any bearing on any other tent. Is that
correct? It's just this specific tent at this hotel in that specific location.
Very good. Thank you, Steve. Bob? Mr. McDonald? You're up, but you're muted.
Yes, I'm so sorry. I was trying to prevent my snoring dog from disturbing the commission. My question had to do with comments from neighbors and also my curiosity about ideas related to offsite use for employee parking. And one question I have of staff and the other of the applicant are ideas brought up by the neighbors and also something that I had thought about using the school district's parking lot on the weekends and at night when there are peak times and uses and events, to be able to look at that in terms of the parking plan for employees. And I wanted to see what the commission had in terms of thoughts on that, staff's thoughts, and also the applicant's ideas on that as a viable option.
Yeah, I think everybody, maybe I can speak for the applicant, but I think everyone's aware that the parking issue is an ongoing, evolving one. It's and they're wonderfully committed to working with the neighbors. We did have 3 comment letters from neighbors, and the applicant team met with those neighbors this week. And I would, I don't know if you want to open up for discussion on that now, or if you want to wait until they make their
No,
presentation.
I want to wait. I want to address just specific questions to staff first, and then give the applicant an opportunity to speak and present. Open it up to the public, and then we'll circle back.
So we have before us I would call draft parking management plan. I believe that the parking management plan warrants some refinement, as well as some additional follow-up with monitoring, and would potentially could take the form of a condition of approval for an annual report to come back to the Planning Commission next year, where the topic could be revisited.
Mr. Barnett.
Yes. There was mentioned a parking compliance reports that have been done, apparently. Are those reports submitted to the city? Or are those internal parking compliance reports?
I can answer that. I've submitted the report. David Storer asked for a 6-month report and a parking management plan. So I hired W-Trans last year, submitted the report to Ms. Tierney and David Storer in January. And then in lieu of sending the report prior to this meeting, the June report, I thought it would be best to get through the meeting, meet with the neighbors, which we've done. And we came up with some very good ideas on addressing a couple of the issues, 1 or 2 that we hadn't heard of. And then I'll draft the report after this meeting and submit it by the end of the month. And it's every 6 months is our compliance period.
Thank you. I'd like to request, Christina, that since the discussion of parking has come up repeatedly before this commission, I think it would be appropriate for these parking compliance reports to also be available to the commission. So I would request that.
Happy to send this out.
And what's the timing on this construction? If I follow things correctly, you've now got spa construction and new hotel room construction. Is this planned to be done simultaneously? And when?
Excuse me, Larry. I'm sorry, Larry. Is that a question to the applicant or to Christina? Because I'm not sure she can speak to that. Maybe she can.
Well, it looks like the applicant's answering some of the questions anyway. I can hold it for later if you'd like.
Yeah, I'd like to hold it and stay focused, if you don't mind, on just staff questions at this point, because I'd like to hear the totality of the applicant's presentation.
Okay.
So don't lose it. Don't forget it.
No, another question I have for staff then has to do with the, well, to put it bluntly, the lack of any housing or contribution to the city's Affordable Housing Trust Fund from this new construction. I understand that this project, permitted, goes all the way back to 1997, although I would point out that your history that you reference in 1997 is not entirely accurate. It was not proposed as a 33-room hotel. It was proposed as a 33-room executive retreat center that was to have no public restaurant. It was not originally proposed as a hotel. But in any event, it appears that the going back to 1997, when housing was not as high a priority for the city in terms of the production of housing for particularly low-income workers, and prior to the establishment of the city's Affordable Housing Trust Fund by more than probably 2 decades, the question that arises for me is there some way or some mechanism here whereby a contribution to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund could be made. If I recall correctly, the city's Nexus study resulted in a council decision to appraise a $25 per square foot fee for hotels to contribute to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. And if I do that calculation correctly, that that would be roughly $150,000 that could go into the fund based on this 6,413 square feet. Can you speak to whether or not it's possible to include some provision for that in our conditions of approval?
Yeah, so that's already been codified, and I can have Director Storer chime in. He was the staff responsible for that, but the in lieu fees were adopted. It was 2020, David?
Yeah, we do have non-residential impact fees under AB 1600, and we can calculate the square footage and the fee. It doesn't have to be a condition of approval. It's just a matter of law at the time of the issuance of a building permit.
I see. So what you're saying is that then, yes, this project will contribute some funds for that effort.
Correct. Yeah, the mechanism for that has already been approved, and we're currently in the process of working on the residential component to complement that.
Okay, great. The only reason I ask is I didn't see any reference to it in the staff report for this, and I just wanted to make sure we weren't losing an opportunity for some of that added revenue. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, I still see a hand up for Mr. Barbos, please.
You're muted, Steve.
I see I'm a little confused as to procedurally where we are. Are we just asking staff questions
Right.
at this point? Well, I'm wondering about this concept that we've previously embraced, determining that there were a certain number of parking spaces that were in the bank, so to speak. And how binding is that upon us? Are our hands tied on that? I mean, David Eicher did a pretty exhaustive analysis on this that certainly raises questions in my mind as to whether we were correctly considering all the things we needed to be looking at the time. And if we're bound by that in some way, shape, or form, then it changes the kind of discussion we're going to have. But if we're not,
We are, and I'll share my screen and pull up the conditions of approval. So these are the Planning Commission adopted 2018 conditions of approval. So number 3, buildings and use of the property shall be improved, expanded, and operated in substantial conformance with the project narrative and approved use permit drawings prepared by RDC Architecture dated February 12, 2018, except as modified by these conditions and the following. And H states 12 of the 121 parking spaces approved under this use permit modification shall be considered in excess of the city's parking requirement.
are you saying, pointing that out to make the point that we're stuck with that?
That is a approved, implemented, adopted condition of approval for what is essentially the master use permit for the property.
And so we have to take that into account in considering the parking in connection with the application that's before us. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I do think it would be appropriate at this point to put additional language in the conditions about that bank and how it might act moving forward, but that would take another act and condition by the Planning Commission to change that.
What would that look like? I'm confused.
Well, currently, based on the calculations, and there maybe is 1 space left based on that 12. Is that where we're at? Let me share my screen again.
Can I come in on this?
Sure. Go ahead, Bob.
I agree with Commissioner Barbos that this is a bit confusing because we're talking about a number, it's a good chart to keep up there. We're talking about a number of existing spaces with the current restriping and everything that physically exist as being 131.
Correct.
We're talking about increases in guest rooms and other requirements that produce, even with the 50% reduction for accessory uses, produces a requirement of 141 spaces. So I think the bank has gone broke. And in fact, if you take the 131 spaces, there's a shortfall of 10 spaces for the current uses that are being proposed. There is no bank. They've used them up. And in fact, they've exceeded the number by 10. So I think we're looking for a parking exception, not how much is left in the bank.
It's definitely a very sticky issue, and I would recommend not utilizing a parking bank in the future, as it makes future planning very complicated. I believe that the record for the 2018 bank is clear that the Planning Commission's intention was to identify those 12 spaces for additional future uses by the hotel. At this point between 2018 and today, none of those 12 parking spaces have been utilized. Based on the current square footage, all of the parking is accommodated on site and within the existing spaces. As proposed, they would require 141 spaces, and there are 131 on site. And according to that math, they're 10 short, of which they could be provided by the bank.
So that
Consider a condition of approval to exhaust to the bank and clear up the record on that note.
So that 131 that's currently existing, I thought when it restriped it, it created it. So the 131 reflects the restriping aggregate sum, of which they only needed to, were quote, used up is 121 for whatever. And so, but now if the calculation is now in need of 141, I agree with Commissioner Felder, is like, something squirrely with the numbers, because I do remember distinctly that when we had the previous hearing, that the intent it was implied that the bank was going to be used for future. But if 131 includes the bank and we need 141, I believe Mr. Felder's right. The bank has been used up. So maybe what we need to do is we can listen to the applicant's presentation, and then we can again come back to what invariably is the most interesting topic, and that being parking. So rather than unless you've got the answer to that, Christina, I'd just assume let the applicant speak when it's his turn, and then
Absolutely. So if I could just clarify the discussion a little bit. So based on the existing buildings that have been approved through the 2018 use permit program, what the approval states is that it's approved at 122 spaces, 12 of those being a bank. All of the future use permits reference carrying the bank forward. So there is documentation in the 2020 and 2019 use permits of that bank being carried forward. And then the restriping program came about. And so the restriping program changed the 122 with the bank to 131 with the bank. But I would support a condition of approval of consideration that the bank is used up, so that moving forward we can be clear.
Well, that confused me more, so you didn't do a good job of clarifying. So I think we should defer or now give the applicant an opportunity. However, I believe Mr. McDonald had one more question, and I do have one before we give the applicant the mic. So is Mr. McDonald, was your hand up? Yes.
No, if it was, I apologize. I hit it by accident.
No problem. So my question before we let the applicant come forward is back to the tent. So is the city being proactive in terms of trying to move temporary tents into a part of a fit part of the use permit or a permanent part of the use permit? And
Correct.
What's the genesis behind that? Does that mean it's just less work for staff?
So we've discussed, this is again, not to be repetitive, but we talked about this with the hot monk tent. So a temporary use permit is not intended to be used for uses that recur over and over again throughout the year. It should be for a tent where there's a wedding and it's going to be for 3 days maximum. It does not, our language in the code, and I can pull it up if you like, it doesn't allow for putting a tent up and letting it sit up for 6 months a year and doing it every single year. So the mechanism for that would be to wrap it into the use permit. And this is really the first project where we've had an opportunity to do that in a very convenient way.
Very good. Well, thank you for that. I've got some concerns about that because not all tents are as attractive as the one that has been used on the subject property. And I'm nervous about creating something permanent, so to speak, allowing for just that reason. So this may not be the right time and place to talk about it. So I won't belabor it.
I think it is, and the benefit of doing it this way is this tent went through design review, and it's going through planning commission review, and that is a much higher level of review than happens with a temporary use permit.
Okay. I guess then as the applicant has already stated quite clearly that it is their goal and desire to use it when necessary, but it isn't going to be up there 365, which I can appreciate. Okay,
Mr. Chair,
yes.
just a quick comment on tents. I don't believe that the Planning Commission has had the opportunity to have a robust discussion about restructuring our tent ordinance and all the provisions that might include. And so I would suggest that on a future agenda, we bring back this topic because I've been waiting for it to return. And it sounds like staff's moved ahead conceptually with some ideas on how to address it. I think we need to have a more robust discussion among this group to be able to determine the kinds of issues that Chair Wellender has noted in terms of design and in general, the philosophy that we want to employ about tents. So I hope we can.
Absolutely. This is definitely a topic we need to discuss at the ad hoc. We were intending on discussing it shortly before COVID hit, and with the tents becoming essential to businesses to continue their operations, we've really put that on hold. And this is the first opportunity to bring this issue back. And as I mentioned, this is a staff initiated part of the project. It was not requested by the applicant.
Okay. Let's agendize that for future, for that discussion. And can we still include the tent as part of this specific project evaluation?
Yeah, it's been in the project description. It's been in the notice. It is part of the use permit.
And that won't necessarily tie up our hands once we have this robust discussion?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Mr. Barbos, yes. Steve. Mike. Mute.
It will tie our hands with respect to this project. If I propose that we take this tent off of this application and have the robust discussion that we talked about and not just sort of include this as an ancillary part of this application, because I was surprised that we were even talking about it.
We can do that, and I know that the applicants are
Okay.
fine with it. I have not received one complaint about the tent. The design review board was very supportive of it. So I'm looking at this more as a template of how to move forward rather than, handcuffing us in the future. I think it's a good example that none of the neighbors can see it. It can't be seen from any of the neighboring properties. It doesn't have sides all the way around. That looks like it's, saran wrap around the plants like one of our other famous tents did. I don't know if anyone has had a chance to go see it, but I think it's a good example of blending into the existing surroundings. It's not stick out like a sore thumb.
Let me speak up on that. So I agree with Commissioner Barbosa. I think we can go ahead because this was not initiated by the applicant and it's something we do want to address. Let's go ahead and table that portion of it and focus on what the overall desire is. And then I think this is a good example of how this is a good example of how the robust discussion can begin. This tent, good looking, nobody sees it. Now, what are the other possible implications? So let's pull the tent. And now, unless somebody speaks up, let's give the applicant an opportunity now to present their project, please.
Thank you. Michael Ross has the PowerPoint presentation. I'll start off. This is Joe Walsh, and it's nice to see everyone again. I wanted to start off with a quick overview of our parent company in MacArthur Place for everyone. There had been a couple articles in the paper, but just to give everyone an update. Last time we met, since then, the parent company of MacArthur Place, IMH Financial Corporation, went through a pre-packaged reorganization. The reorganization occurred in the fall of 2020. The vast majority of shareholders in IMH agreed, and the company basically became a wholly owned entity of JP Morgan. The name was changed from IMH Financial Corporation to Latitude 33 regarding our location here in the Scottsdale, Phoenix area. None of that impacted MacArthur Place Hotel. MacArthur Place Hotel, obviously, like all other businesses and operations, had the COVID impact from last year. The good news, since the reopening of the hotel received Forbes 4-star rating. The hotel team is committed to continue to work forward, and the goal is a Forbes 5-star rating. In the last 6 months, Latitude 33 has hired Ergo Hotel Group. Ergo is a national Hilton and Marriott and independent hotel management company. And in lieu of self-managing, the company thought it was good to bring in a third-party management company, and we're very excited to have him. Same staff, Kevin Virgo is the hotel manager who's been at the property, I believe, since the hotel was built. He must have started when he was 8 years old. The project that we're talking about really came from a lot of research with new ownership on how to best make the hotel long-term successful. A 64-room Forbes 4 or 5-star hotel is a challenge relative to guest rooms, and that's where we came with the master plan to propose the 11 guest rooms. The incremental revenue from the 11 guest rooms really doesn't impact the rest of the hotel. There's very limited needed additional staffing or restaurant services, spa services, and such are in place. So that was the genesis of this project. And I'll turn it over to Michael, who's going to walk through the project.
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to see you all again. And thank you for all of the thoughtful questions that came up during the beginning of this agenda item. Well, welcome. MacArthur Place has become really a welcoming member of our neighborhood and our community, and I believe that it desires to continue to be an integral part of our town and the people who live near it. It represents over 20 years of continual hospitality use on the site. And over that period of business, it has evolved through an ownership change, wildfire, PG&E power outages, smoke shutdowns, and now a global pandemic. The hotel has, from this cauldron of sort of almost biblical issues that have happened to it since it was purchased, it's reassessed its operations, and this new infill addition of 11 new guest rooms really will be supportive of its long-term business plan and its place in our town. I believe the project's consistent with the spirit of the infill objectives of the general plan and the UGB. Why? Because it's basically using the existing infrastructure of the hotel, the lobby, the parking, the utilities, the open space, the restaurant, without building anything else. It's basically a relatively small intervention onto this site. And projects like this have been approved before in Sonoma, and most recently, the Inn at Sonoma was granted a use permit for 8 new guest rooms to its property on Broadway. And years ago, I remember when the El Pueblo Inn or motel expanded on site. I think Adrian did that one. But basically, there is a history of the small incremental addition of guest rooms in our town, and this is another one of those. And neighborhood outreach, and I want to thank the neighbors because they've been very thoughtful, open-minded, and willing to share their thoughts about this project. Joe and I first reached out to the community through a virtual open house. Correct me if I'm wrong, Joe, I believe it was in March of last year. And we got some good participation and discussion via Zoom, which was new at the time, but people still were very interested in the project. And then most recently through the emails that came through the city, and thank you, Christina, for sharing them, we met with Chicky Villa and some of her neighbors yesterday to discuss the issue that keeps coming up, which was the on-street staff parking and parking in front of people's homes. And then something that we had never heard of before, which was an errant bus parked in front of somebody's house. And evidently the bus driver fell asleep with the motor idling and was just there blocking a driveway. And so that was a new one to us and totally unacceptable. But what was important is a lot of the things that Chicky and her neighbors shared with us were issues that really were from the first construction phase when the parking issue was exacerbated by the construction happening virtually across the entire campus, driving what staff was there out onto the street as well as the construction workers. And it was the genesis for your comments from the Planning Commission, which created the parking hotel management plan that Joe has now been tracking and reporting to the city. And so I believe that with the staff being disallowed to park on the neighborhood streets and the neighbors understanding the willingness of the hotel to be proactive about this, I'm hopeful that this issue will be behind us. So parking capacity. I think that all your questions are totally reasonable and understandable because really we need to go back to the 1999 use permit when it became a hotel, and which is sort of the master use permit from which everything was amended up until even today what we're asking for. But basically, as we came before you with the various use permits, we were always building upon the original requirements of the first use permit and amending them. We weren't reverting back to the current development code parking standards. We were constantly testing the site for its parking capacity. What does the hotel need? What can we provide? And then when we added uses, for example, when we expanded the restaurant seating and things like that, we actually provided additional parking as an additive to the existing parking count, which I believe was originally 99, and then we increased it to 109, and then we were able to get to 121. So the parking capacity was always being additive to the 99 use permit, and it wasn't a revision or a resetting of the goalpost to the development standards that are published today. And we've had the ability to test drive the amount of spaces on site. Right now, I believe, and Joe, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that the hotel is operating at a virtually 100% capacity without even using any of the tandem valet spaces. And then we have, I think, 4 spaces still covered by Connex boxes. So intuitively and just based on the occupancy rate and the count right now, there's a bunch of parking spaces not even being used today. So that was what got us to this bank. So as we added spaces, we added to the bank. We were thankful for the Planning Commission to understand it in terms of being excess over what was originally proposed. And so today we believe if you should approve the 11 new guest rooms, we would be totally in agreement with quote unquote erasing the bank. The exciting thing about this project really isn't, from my standpoint, isn't trying to unravel the calculus of the parking, because I really believe there's adequate parking on the site for this, but it's actually how do you add 11 new infill guest rooms to this site and maintain the charm and really this remarkable sort of pattern of development that I really believe MacArthur Place represents. And so that's what I'm going to discuss right now. So we're proposing 5 new buildings, which include 11 new guest rooms. And the land use plan draws from the existing pattern of development, which basically distributes small buildings within a garden landscape and connects them all with this wonderful lace of pathways and outdoor garden rooms. And what's depicted on the screen right now is the proposed buildings Y, X, W, V, and U. U, V, and Y are basically small cottages, essentially 1 or 2 room cottages. And W and X are 4plexes, exactly like buildings O, N, N. These are buildings that are appropriately scaled and are part of the hotel operations right now. What you see there in sort of lavender or purple is the expanded spa, as well as the proposed, which will start in November, the new swimming pool and outdoor areas. So what we've been doing is looking how these clustered farm buildings can create a pattern of buildings that frame open space. And you can see once you highlight the spa that the spa, this existing building here, W, X, and even Y start to embrace this outdoor social area here. And then V and U have small outdoor social areas associated with it. And we've seen this pattern before, and I believe I've shared this with you, that L and U-shaped buildings have this wonderful ability to frame outdoor space, make the outdoor space seem special, protected, and a place you want to be. And our historic precedents in town, of course, is the Mission and the Barracks. And you can see these highlighted areas, how these L-shaped buildings create that. And we are taking that precedent and doing it here, but through this clustered building approach, where we're creating the figure ground of buildings in yellow and outdoor open space in green, where you end up with a pattern like this. where you can see that what we're proposing is totally consistent with the existing pattern of land use. And we're not proposing object buildings or super large buildings or mega buildings like that would be more like hotel bar buildings or things like that. We're taking a very sensitive insertion approach where these buildings are being plugged into the landscape and then surrounded by gardens and then connected by a lacework of pedestrian pathways. And so to Larry's point about when is this going to be constructed, it's a great question. And also, Larry, I'll speak a little bit to your drainage question, which you were entirely right on about. It's going to be phased construction, and we're proposing that buildings U and X start construction at the same time as the spa, which will be in November of this year. And why in November? The hotel needs some running room where we can fill up the spaces and get out of the COVID doldrums and get it going before we disrupt it again through construction. And so the ideal time for this to break ground relative to hotel operations is November. Arguably, it may not be the ideal time from construction, but that's the proposal. And so phase one is going to look something like this, where the spa X, U will be constructed first. The landscape will be extended out to East MacArthur Street. We will lasso the building area with construction fences that are all covered in green, look much better than what's on the corner right now, and close down some of the guest rooms that ring this space and try to minimize disruption one last time here on the campus so we can get it up and over with and then reoccupy late the following spring. And so that's the approach relative to phasing. So the architecture is going to be a human scaled architecture that we believe reinforces the sense of place. And the non-building spaces are as important as the buildings on this campus. Because as you walk through it, the hotel is really sort of necklaced with half-hidden outdoor rooms and gardens. And the charm of the place is discovering some of these. This happens to be in front of the chef's cottage, which is behind a guest fence, but others are right out in the open where you can just wander in and enjoy these spaces. And it's this sort of code of built and open spaces that is used throughout the site, and we are going to continue to use that pattern language. So the architectural style, like Christina said, is going to be exactly what's there now. It's going to be same horizontal wood siding, same materials of palette, colors, and use of real materials. This is a rendering of one of the cottage building U. And we're seeing this as not being a look at me type of building, but actually a building that's nested in the landscape. This is, it's about quiet and a place to come and recharge and rest. And it's really not a lot of architectural gymnastics that we're proposing. This is a floor plan with outdoor seating area, big open room, gas fireplace. Here's another one, cottage building V. It's also nested in the landscape. A floor plan for it.
Can you go back just for a second to that picture that was before this? So that building, oh,
right there, yeah.
Right there, that building on the right, is that the building that has the Burris suite in it?
Yes, that's the Burris house.
That's the Burris house to the right. You can just see the corner of it.
That's right.
Okay, and so this is the. Would this be the newest building that's closest to the street?
Right you are, Larry. You've identified the building that's the closest to the street. Right now, between this building and the street is a grove of bamboo.
Yeah.
And we're going to remove that bamboo and landscape it. So this little cottage is going to be the one building closest to the street.
Okay, thank you.
You bet. Here's a fourplex building W. We've seen it in the site plan. It's basically just like building O, M, and N. The floor plan is the fourplex. 2 stories. Here's X, an exact clone of W. The same. Here's the cottage Y. It's along the curvy path, which is near the spa. Here's its floor plan. Now, I want to go back to a site slide to address some of Larry's comments about, and what also was ably described by Joe about how we're dealing with stormwater. This one works. So what's interesting about these footprints of the buildings that we are going to add to Y, X, W, and U, and V, their footprint is around 3,500 square feet. And the way the stormwater retention calculations work is that if you are increasing the amount of impervious area, you have to create approximately 4% of that new area as retention area, which for the purpose of what's being shown for these 5 buildings only calcs out at around 143 square feet of new retention ponds. And so we were working with Adobe Associates, the civil engineer, and they came up with an ingenious way, working with our landscape architect, to basically distribute these little retention ponds across the entire campus. And as they fill up in a bit major storm event, they quietly just filter and then dose the stormwater into the existing system so as not to overflow the system with excess water. And so basically it was part of our landscaping strategy that was carefully coordinated with Adobe Associates. Now, there's a couple of things that I would like to talk about before I conclude, and that's some community benefits that are associated with this. Some of the little-known community benefits of MacArthur Place is that they've been generously donating to some of our nonprofits, and they haven't been really flexing their arms about it. They just quietly have been doing it. I know that the Sebastiani Theater Foundation was one of the nonprofits, and they're greatly appreciated for that. And other nonprofits have also received donations, and thank you, MacArthur Place. And one of these sort of community benefits was actually an outgrowth from Ron's comment, and that is to improve the Broadway streetscape. And Bill, if you're online, maybe you can speak to it, our landscape architect, or Joe, if Bill isn't here, you can explore or describe what we're going to do.
I believe Bill was going to attend. Bill Reinhardt. Wendy, is his hand up by chance? In the event that he's not here, I will go through it. As Michael has said, this came up pre-COVID, and the comment was that the trees along Broadway are long in the tooth, and it needs some work. So I took that to heart and looked at it after that meeting. And our irrigation system, which is a well system, really wasn't covering the trees on that side. So we did a capital project to cover the trees in the shrubs that are on the MacArthur property inside the fence. But as a public benefit, what we request is that we could be granted the authority to also take care of the tree lawn, the area between the sidewalk and Broadway, which I'm not really certain that that requires any action from Planning Commission. And George Gervin came up with this landscape plan. So the plan basically has a low use type of grass in that area. And if you've driven by it, it's very barren. And then during rainy season, when that occurs, it greens up a little bit. And then we would add in the additional trees that we had talked about from a couple meetings ago. What this plan doesn't show is also where the west generators are, the large generator. It needs landscape around it. So I've put that all into the same plan. And then we would do this with the project. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you, Joe. And that concludes this presentation. Thank you for this opportunity for us to present it, and we're available to respond to any of your questions should you have them.
And if I may address the subject we've been talking about all night, the parking. So we had a great meeting with the local residents. We had our community outreach, and really that outreach captured it didn't capture the residents on Austin Street. So most of the comments that we've seen came from the residents on Austin Street, most of who I had not met. So we had a very good meeting. The comments that came up for Austin Street, we also have some actions. And I think it's fair to say that the impact from the 2018 renovation, when we were renovating, throughout the property, operating the property, even though we rented 870 Broadway for construction, storage, and parking, we displaced vehicles, and the vehicles, the first place they go other than MacArthur is Austin Street. So I've committed, and as Christina had said, we drafted the parking management plan. There's some additional actions we need to add there, and we would add into it a notification and a parking policy for the construction, such that I've spoken to the owner again about renting Broadway 870 again, that we would use that for construction vehicles. The renovation and the of the pool and spa, or the construction, as well as guestrooms, if approved by Planning Commission, won't impact our parking lot. So we've come up with a strategy where the existing 131 spaces won't be impacted by using 870 Broadway. We can basically put the parking over there. The other comments that came from the community is the sometime commercial traffic that goes on Austin Street. And one of the suggestions came back is, could we have a no commercial vehicle at the entrance to Austin Street? The reason for this is two things. That's an exit that some of the cars or trucks that leave the hotel trucks would take. We would develop a policy where we're identifying all of our delivery trucks. And there have been historic times where there's some type of a larger passenger vehicle to identify in our policies that they could never park on Broadway, or they can't use that for temporary parking. But we think if there was a no commercial traffic, or whatever code would allow, no idling of buses and that might help with the Austin residents there. The other items that we came up with from it are some just easy management items. But I thought it was a productive meeting, and I think we have established good communications. Kevin Virgo has been at the hotel and actually knew each of the residents. So we've given them his and my contact information should we have future issues. So that's my summary on parking.
Thank you. With that in mind, I believe it is time to open this up to the public.
Question for the applicant.
Okay, that's fair. Let's address specific questions to the applicant now.
Okay, one is that I've known Kevin for a long time. Is he going to be the primary point of contact for the city as issues come up with the hotel?
Yes, with myself also, if it's the parking, but on other items, yes, Kevin, I think, is the most logical contact with the city and the neighbors because of his longevity there. He lives right near the hotel also.
Yeah, okay. And the only other thing that may tie into the parking discussion I'd like you to think about is and we don't know what the effect of it's going to be yet, is the impact of the new sports field facility at the high school, including the football stadium and this increased seating available for that. And I guess I'm a little concerned about what I'd refer to as the cumulative impacts in that area of town when football season starts and school's up and running and they have some large events there. So I think whatever the parking management plan is, it ought to also be forward looking and thinking about how it can coordinate with the school district and the city of Sonoma when you have the convergence of high occupancy and activity at the high school.
I think that's a great point. And in our community outreach, that came up several times. And we'd be more than happy to work with the school district and the city of Sonoma on that.
Okay, if the commissioners have no other questions directed to the applicant, then let's open it up to the public. And who might be interfacing with the public? Christina or Wendy?
Well, given that Wendy's not here anymore, that would be me. All right, I have a lost dog again. My dog keeps getting out and everybody's texting me.
Oh, no.
All right, I have David Ikar.
Very good. David, the mic is yours. Please welcome and identify.
Hi, yes, David Eicher. Yes, a couple things. One in the overall parking, looked like it matched mine pretty well, except for did not include any parking for the coffee shop, either from seating or square footage. Should take one or the other, like 300 square feet per parking space. The other thing that concerns me, which I did send off here late, which you didn't see because it was response to my response to the IS-MND. And the response 2 point, let's see, it said the previously approved waiver of residential component we continue to apply to the project site given approval of the project, proposed project, unquote. If this is true, then the city of Sonoma can never require a residential component in the expansion of any commercial property where a residential component was waived in the past. I think so. The question there is this true? For example, if someone on a 2-acre lot builds a 600 square foot artisan shop and it's a mixed use zone, the use permit is required. Later on, they go to build on the rest of the 2 acres. The city has approved a waiver of the residential component for the artisan shop. Does that mean they can no longer require residential component on the other 2 acres? So that is kind of, was way off. And let's see. I think in terms of the parking spaces and the bank parking, since you are in the 2018, as noted, that there was a condition of approval stating that they had 12 bank spaces. Well, this is a amendment to that use permit and all the other use permits, whatever the resulting one is. So you could amend the use permit to strike that so that you have no bank spaces available anymore. And that would be along with some sort of exception, parking exception, that in which you have to actually have some findings to do a parking exception. And then the other is the waiver of residential component. And I'm not sure why there's so much seems to be resistance to just stating those two, that the planning commission waives the residential component. The planning commission provides a parking exception above what was required. I think that you need to follow what is in the development code And there are ways in the development code for you to allow these things. And you need to do that. Otherwise, if you veer away from what's in the development code, I mean, first of all, you may be more likely that someone's going to appeal the decision because you're not following development code. You know, and so I don't think the applicant would want that, because the applicant wouldn't want that delay, even if the city council then goes and approves it or sends it back to the planning commission so that you actually do issue the waiver and the exception. Thank you. That's all my comments. You have everything else in writing from before.
Thank you, David. Anyone else?
I don't see anyone else.
All right, let's give a few fleeting seconds before we close the public section. Okay, I close the public section of this hearing and bring it back to my commissioners for discussion. And let me see if I can pick up on whose hand is up first.
Would you like me to respond to the comment about the residential component?
Based upon the public statement, I mean, what the previous speaker mentioned, yes, go right ahead.
So the issue regarding the residential component is, a combination of lack of clarity in the code and perhaps misunderstanding on my part. So the mixed use zoning district, so C2 residential component, states in applications for new development for which discretionary permit is required. When I was reading that and interpreting it, I was not interpreting these infill units as new development. It's an existing hotel that's requesting a minor expansion, 11 units compared to the 65 that are there now. And prior to this permit, they did request the waiver and it was granted. So I apologize if there was confusion, and that's why the analysis was left out. So I do think that there are opportunities to improve the code and make it more clear if if this applies to any project in mixed use versus a new project. And maybe that's a topic for another day in our zoning ad hoc, but I think there's some ambiguity there.
Thank you. Yes, who would like to start? Steve, please. You're muted, but please.
You're muted, Steve.
I can't say that I've thought this thing through, and I'd be interested in hearing my fellow commissioners, but just taking where Christina left off, in development, section 19.92.020 means any construction, including the alteration of existing structures. And so I think we are stuck having to deal with the waiver issue. And I think David Eicher's point is well taken, in that we should just be upfront about that and say, yes, we have to deal with this. And if we grant the waiver, so be it. But that's actually a better way to deal with this than what we're looking at. The other point that I think this project is beautiful, and I like Michael Ross's presentation. It fits beautifully. I have absolutely no reservations about the infill. It's beautiful. I mean, the whole concept fits seamlessly what's already there. But I'm still troubled by this fact that we have what I will call as an empty bank. We have 141 parking spaces required. we have 131 physical spaces on the site. So talking about a bank doesn't seem to make any sense to me. What we ought to be doing is talking about, can we make the findings for an exception to let them build this as proposed when they need 141 spaces, but they actually have 131. Just talking about banking only obscures and complicates the issue to me. I don't understand it. The more we talk about it, the less I understand it. Those numbers, 141 on paper required, 131 physical spaces existing, that's the reality I'm looking at. And talking about the bank doesn't help. So I think we should be discussing whether we can make the findings for a waiver of the parking and whether we want to do that. I mean, I'm pleased that the discussions with the neighbors went so well. The few letters that we've gotten suggested otherwise. I don't know if those folks were there or not. And just anecdotally, as I was rushing out to grab a bite to eat before I came back for this meeting, there was a guy in a chef's coat hopping in his car on the sidewalk there. So I don't think you've totally corralled the employee parking, but I appreciate that's not a perfect situation, and you can't be everywhere on every employee at all times. But parking is an issue, and I think we need to be more transparent about dealing with it than to talk about this bank.
Thank you, Steve. And who would like to continue the discussion? Yes, Sheila.
Well, this has been a really great presentation, and I have to agree with Commissioner Barbos that the project looks beautiful. The infill looks great. We're taking the tent off, so I'm not even going to address that. That's going to be a separate issue. But the elephant in the room is the parking. The parking is short. As Commissioner Felder said, the bank is broke. So we're short rooms and we have to address that. Or we're short parking spaces, we have to address that. And I like the idea of finding some kind of synergistic parking, whether it be the high school, whether the valet parking can happen with the high school. I'm not a fan of valet parking, even for employees as suggested in here. I know at myself, I don't like valet parking, so I have a feeling that I'm not unique in that, and a lot of people aren't going to use valet parking. Also, I guess when the construction's happening, there will be a contract with that spot on Broadway, the Sonoma Truck Center, for construction vehicle parking, but that's something that needs to be addressed. And as the sports field is getting more use at the high school, we're going to have some conflict during times when school is closed. And you guys have been great neighbors. You've been absolutely fabulous neighbors. I talked to some of the neighbors today on Austin, and they were very pleased that they felt heard when they spoke with you yesterday. But properties are sold, new management comes in, we don't know what's going to happen in the future. So I think it's very important for the purpose of the neighborhood protection that we lock in the parking regulations, and whether we go for a waiver or come up with a plan where it's contracted valet offsite in another area. I have no issue with the new buildings other than the parking, and I just don't feel like we've got a resolution to that tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheila. Yes, Larry.
Well, a couple of points. First of all, I was taking my daily walk, went by the truck and auto lot the other day, saw some people working there, and because I'm a nosy sort, went over to talk to them. They explained to me that there is a buyer for that property. They didn't know who it was. They don't know what the plan is for it. They were there doing installing environmental monitoring equipment to establish whether there was any ground-based contamination. And so they were installing devices to monitor volatile organic compounds and the likes in the soil. And that's all I know. So whether or not that property continues to be available for any use going forward, to me, is unknown. I think insofar as the parking issues are concerned, I agree that this is really the elephant in the room. One thought I had was that all the employees who drive to work at MacArthur Place could be issued or should be issued a decal which gets affixed to their window, and the installation of that decal is verified by Kevin or some other management person at the hotel. That would make it easy for those cars to be identified by neighbors if they in fact are employee vehicles, and it just makes it a bit easier to monitor what's happening. I do agree with the others about the parking bank and going for the exception instead. I think we just need to do this cleanly. And then the last concern I have has to do with, as I mentioned earlier, this housing component. Upon further research, the fee per square foot for hotels is only $15 a square foot. So on this project, the impact fee, the housing impact fee, would be less than $100,000 based on the 6413 square footage. I'm not sure if that includes, that 64,013 includes the spa, which is new construction, and it seems to me that it probably does not. So that could raise the number of total square feet of new construction considerably. And I'm also not clear whether the swimming pool has already been reconfigured or if that's part of the spa construction. But if it has not been reconfigured yet and it is part of the spa reconstruction, then that would, to me, be also included in the calculation of the square foot figure for new construction. Even though it's not a building, it is nonetheless construction taking up square footage on the property. So it may be that with the spa, the pool and the buildings, we can get the amount of money that goes into the the affordable housing impact fee calculation higher. I mean, I think that, as we all know, if this project were coming forward today, the discussion about its contribution to the housing component, particularly the housing component as it's associated with low-income hospitality workers, would be an entirely different set of conversations. And so even though it's kind of grandfathered into a permit that was granted in 1997 or 1999, the fact is that the spirit of community is very supportive at this point, both in terms of city policy and public opinion, from my standpoint, behind an increased provision for funding for housing. And so I want to explore all the possible ways in which we can generate as much money as possible for that housing going forward. And I think that's the last comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. Mr. McDonald.
Thank you very much. I wanted to first say I appreciate all of the thoughtful comments from my commissioners before, and I would echo the same sentiment and the same comments as well, so I don't want to repeat those. But I do applaud the owner and the architect for putting together a well thought out plan that's an architecturally significant building on that property. And I think that all the additions are thoughtful, and the landscaping plan is something that also I'm very excited to see be implemented. And my comments are going to focus on what I think we should be doing moving forward. I'd like the commission to consider tabling this item and having it continue to a date certain where we can amend this project to include a residential waiver. And also, I would like to see a parking exception being specified with findings. I would also ask staff and the owner and developer to come up with a more specific parking management plan, and also guarantees in place as part of conditions of approval to assure one, temporary parking for construction, and then also an ongoing commitment to providing offsite parking, and also a commitment to a valet service. Commissioner Barnett brought up an interesting idea of decals. These are the sorts of things that could be thought through as part of a parking management plan. And I think that there's a lot of wonderful examples of parking management plans that other retailers and offices have put together in other communities. And so I'd like to see us explore that. I myself worked for a retailer in Marin County for several years, and I was the person responsible for making sure that employees commuted. We provided incentives and monetary incentives for people to use public transportation. We encouraged bicycling. We encouraged all those things. These were part of a plan that the city of San Rafael required retailers in their community. I did my best as a person responsible for that, being the manager, but it was very difficult to get people to carpool. It was very difficult for people that had one or two jobs with children with shared cars to be able to commit to taking public transportation. And so those are the challenges. I saw a lot of interesting ideas in the conceptual parking management plan, but the practicality is, particularly with the hotel industry, is whether or not a lot of those things can actually take place. So I challenge that, and I think we should look at something that's concrete and something that might be better implemented, like offsite parking. So those are my comments.
Thank you, Bob. Commissioner Felder.
I would agree with most of Commissioner McDonald's remarks, with the caveat that I don't know if this item needs to be continued, if we can find a way to move ahead with something that deals with the parking exception and with a waiver of the residential component. I don't know if the commission is all aware that I believe we're going to be dark in July, so we would not be able to speak to this again till August, and that really pushes a timetable back for MacArthur Place, and I don't know if it's necessary for us to do that. But I do think that we have to deal with those couple of issues that if we can get consensus by this commission, we can move forward. If we can't, maybe we have to continue. That's where I'm at.
Thank you, Bob.
Mr. Chair, if I can, this is David here.
Yes.
Christina, can you share screen for me, please?
What do you want me to share?
Well, I want you to allow me to share the screen.
You have to. You should just be able to click share screen.
Okay, hang on a sec.
See the down at the bottom, share screen.
No, hang on a sec. I got one of these lights here blinding me.
Oh, that's not gonna work.
Hang on a sec. All right, hang on. Can you see the screen?
Yes.
All right, thank you. All right, so here's a section of our Muni code right here. The kind of issue that we're dealing with here is not unusual, but here we do have a provision where you can see that, again, Commissioner Felder is correct. We won't be meeting until August the 12th. Perhaps if there's a determination that your commission would like to have some more detailed analysis, you can see here where it says mixed uses. It does give the planning commission the ability to make a reduction and also to have a parking demand study prepared. It seems to me like we've been, I'm gonna use a very technical word here, hodgepodging for the last 20 years until we found ourselves in a situation where there are issues and they're trickling over into the neighborhood. Perhaps this might be a good point in time to say, stop, let's look at all of the different uses on the property and have it done by an independent licensed traffic engineer. That's just one other additional recommendation to throw into the pot. I don't believe the exception or the waiver were advertised as such for tonight. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right, if my count holds up, I believe, Mr. Bohar, do you have some thoughts that you wish to share?
I've been thinking that earlier that the traffic management plan really need a peer review or some kind of review by a third party. I thought it had quite a few issues or mitigations that naturally were vague, and many others seem like they're going to be difficult to implement. And the results of a successful plan, as was written, I think there's a lot of uncertainty about that. And secondarily, we're short 10 spaces, it appears. And I certainly would like to see hard parking spaces rather than mitigation measures that might or might not fix the situation, because we clearly have a problem in the neighborhood, and there's no way to get around that unless something is really hard and fast and with reliable results. I liked Director Storer's comments just now, and that's really what I've been thinking about for some long time, is to have a competent third party review that plan and analyze the requirements and availabilities and come up with some hard numbers on this thing. There's too many vagaries in it for me right now. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I would like to go back and ask the planning director to just reiterate your comments, because I would like to have a better understanding of what you were recommending.
I wasn't necessarily recommending, I was giving another option to the commission.
Okay.
And that was to, again, give the applicant the ability to pay for the city to conduct a third-party peer review to justify the mixed uses on site. And that would, as again, I'll read it, it says parking requirements for commercial and residential mixed uses. Again, this is not a residential, but it is a commercial with a residential style, but it's a hotel use. And it kind of goes to the whole concept of the planning commission having the ability to make adjustments to the parking requirements. So this is another option for you. I don't believe you can do that on the fly tonight.
Okay.
We could take action on the CEQA component, correct?
Yes, you could take action on the CEQA component. That would be to adopt the negative declaration, and then we could bring the project back at a later time.
So if I'm not mistaken, the applicant did hire, wasn't it W-Trans to do something?
Yeah, so W-Trans prepared the traffic management plan. They are a very reputable firm, so I wouldn't feel the need to have a peer review of it, but I agree that there is additional work that can be done to tighten up the requirements and make it have more teeth and additional suggestions. And I like the direct suggestion of more of a 180-foot view of the property rather than just trying to make the current situation better.
Okay, thank you.
I'm happy to work with the applicant offline on that.
Michael, I'll come back to you, but let me go ahead and make sure the commissioners can speak, and I'll also have some comments. Go ahead, Larry.
Well, I was just going to say, I think David Storer's points are valid. I think we're getting into some discussions here on matters that were not really agendized and need to be noticed. I'm not certain, based on the discussions we've had, as to whether or not conformance with our municipal code and the development code in terms of defining what is new construction or not has been fully explored. I'd be uncomfortable making a decision tonight about a waiver, and need to have more a tighter look-see at this whole issue of whether a housing component is or is not necessary, and if so, what would be a mitigation to that component, given that it's not realistic to build housing on this site. So I don't see much alternative but to carry this over, to deal with the CEQA component tonight, because that's clear. But I think these other issues are best dealt with when we have more time and can notice it properly.
Okay. Jim, you had another comment? Yes, Jim.
I don't understand really the ramifications of the waiver. I'm ignorant of that issue much. When we're contemplating a waiver, does that mean we understand that there's 10 short, but we're going to excuse that and allow mitigation measures to cover it? Is that the idea?
The waiver has to do with the housing component.
Oh, there's no waiver on, it wasn't a waiver considered on parking, just housing.
That's correct.
Yeah, and
We haven't made-
I agree about the
misunderstood that.
waiver. My perspective on the parking, I think that the trail and the conditions of approval with the bank are pretty clear.
Okay.
I agree that it's bad practice and that we should clean it up, but we do have that condition of approval and the language in the 2018 and 2019 and 2020 use permits about the bank, and the numbers are very clear about how it was carried forward. Now, is it a good practice? I don't believe that it is. I think that the discussion tonight just shows that it added confusion.
Okay, I have a very bad internet connection. It's warbling in and out all the time, so I apologize. I'm not following some of these items. Thank you.
So back to that, again, parking issue, because it is still unclear to me that there was a bank, but if the current calculations are 141, as Steve had mentioned at the beginning of our commission discussion, and there are 131 existing spots that included the bank that came out of the restriping. I can remember talking about restriping up at the northwest corner where the monument sign was going to be reconstructed. So again, Christina, could you just clarify as far as, if we, is 141 not the required number based upon the program?
141 is what is the required number of parking spaces based on our current code.
And 131 is the number of physical spaces that included the 12 bank that was offered up back in 18, whenever.
Correct. And per our prior permits, we had a bank of 12 in 2018. And then as a result of the restriping, there were additional spaces. So it's really not a super clear issue, but the record is very clear that there was in 2018, I can share my screen again, there was a bank of 12.
And that had nothing to do with this restriping? I thought
No.
the bank was created with the restriping.
No, so this is the 2018 expansion. So we have a applicable valid condition of approval in the 2018 use permit that states 12 of the 121 parking spaces approved under this use permit modification shall be considered in excess of the city's parking requirement. Those 12 spaces have not been used. Those exist today.
But the new 11 rooms are going to use them up.
They are going to use a portion of them.
Yes, so Mr. Chair, this to me is a situation. I'm trying to think of an analogy. It's like not being able to balance my checkbook register. And so what I'll do is I'll just throw the checkbook and everything away and the statements away and just open up a new bank account. That's the easiest way for me to do it. And it seems to me that we have an opportunity now to look. at the end of the day, your planning commission needs to approve some off-street parking that you believe will appropriately address the need or the demand of the proposals. And I think there's just been a lot of math over the years, whether the standard is correct or incorrect. We now see new methods of providing less parking, whether it's for affordable housing or for other situations. I think it'd just be a good idea for us to recalibrate and reset. But I think I'd like to hear from the applicant to see if that's something they can be agreeable to.
Okay, I'll bring it back to either Jim or Joe or Michael.
Well, I think both of us would like to speak. I just need a little bit of clarification. One, going into this project, we believed we had 12 spaces that we could use for this housing, for the guest rooms. And so we designed it in good faith based on that use permit. And so that's how we got here today. And it seemed logical to us. And we spoke to, I believe, 3 different planning commission meetings about this, where we were building the parking count. But I understand the confusion around it, so I don't envy you in a way. That said, I do know that the Planning Commission has the capacity to make an exception up to 30% of a parking requirement, as well as various other types of requirements for use permits. And in that regard, we're short 10 spaces, which is less than 10%. That we'd be asking of you. And so I believe operationally, when there's not construction, we can prove that this site has the capacity to support the hotel operations with the 11 guest rooms. And I mean, that might be arguable, but I believe it's the case. And so we would respectfully ask that you would make an exception tonight. It's not that large of an exception that you're enabled to do by the development code.
You know, Mr. Chair, if I can inject, and again, Michael, the item was not advertised for the Planning Commission to grant an exception to the parking. So this will be a case where the public's not informed. It's not very transparent to wing it on or coattail it tonight. And so I think what this does is, if we continue it, it does give us the ability to re-advertise, be transparent, make sure the math is correct. And right now, I can't tell you that the math is correct. I trust Christina, I trust you, but at the end of the day, I need to be able to make a recommendation. I can't say that I can do that right now.
Understood, thank you.
Joe, do you have any other comments you want to share?
Well, I appreciate all the comments, and I think the efforts and the work that's been done to resolve this might not be fully recognized here. I think the hotel's done a tremendous job of improving on this issue. We've been operating with 100 spaces because we can't valet park cars because of the state of California COVID rules, and we haven't had issues. The hotel's been running full occupancy on the weekends. Obviously, weekdays are slower. I love the idea of having employees with stickers. I would never have to hear a comment of someone coming out with a chef's coat. But and back to Michael's comment, I mean, we worked diligently on this project, obviously going through all the regulatory requirements, believing we have bank spaces. And Michael did a nice summary on the parking earlier, and the summary was the hotels had an exception to code that has then one by one, each different project been carried over. And once you get rid of what happened during the renovation in 2018, I think we've done a good job. There's additional things that can be done with Austin Street. In the city of Denver, there's resident only parking. There's other things that could happen, but I understand that, yeah, so we obviously would like to move forward with our project so that we can hit the sweet spot of the timing of it. Subject to not getting this, we might have pushed the whole project back a year. So, but I understand you need to, you need to consider all these things and come up with the right decision.
A question for D2. Because this particular project has such longevity going all the way back, when you're amending a use permit, are the requirements always going back to what the original requirements were in terms of what were the requirements for parking in 97, 98? And then does that mean that those requirements are going to hold true for all subsequent applications for updates or additions?
No, sir. The current code at the time of your authorization or entitlement are the ones in effect. In fact, fees, for example, is a good example. Those will be those that are in effect at the time that a building permits fee. So there's no vesting of prior use permits, although it is informative to help you get to the place in time. But again, as I mentioned, your planning commission is able to make adjustments to the parking requirements per the code today.
And I guess I'm confused because there wasn't enough language in the staff report in terms of having notified the public that the topic of parking was going to be one of the elements. Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, there's a provision in your code that Michael talked about, and that is you are allowed to give a 30%, but we should have advertised it as such that there was a request for an exception to be authorized by the commission along with the use permit. Now, that being said, in all of my other jurisdictions that I've worked, a use permit embodies all of the parameters of a municipal code. You get to make a lot of changes, whether it's the time of hours, whether it's parking, other things like that. Clearly, a variance is something different, but our code does create the exception animal, and I'll tell you, it's not my favorite toy.
So we would be seeking an exception this evening if we sought to move forward and have consideration of addressing the parking. It's not going to be a variance, it'll be an exception.
Well, it wouldn't be an exception tonight because you haven't advertised an exception as such. But
Well, and
what Christina has recommended is, like in all projects, you know, if you have a project that's going to have an EIR, you can always adopt the EIR and then come back and visit the actual project itself. What Christina has recommended, I would go for as well, that would be to go ahead and adopt the negative declaration and then continue the project so that we can get back. And one thing that Christina's just recommended to me, and that is that we perhaps could convene a special planning commission meeting at the end of June, if your calendar permits, to keep the project on schedule.
I certainly would be open for that, but I would want to get some feedback from my fellow commissioners.
Mr. Chair, also, there's certainly not a lot of turnaround as well. When you continue something for 2 weeks, it really means you got about 4 or 5 days to put something together and put it out on the street. So we need some help from the applicant.
Do we all know that if we do desire to continue it with the expectation that we have a special meeting before the conclusion of June, that we know the task, what needs to be done, so that when we come back here, we will not be handcuffed, we'll be able to give due consideration to granting an exception? I mean, because I heard that something about getting a third-party consultant or getting some more evaluation as far as the actual uses on the site. I just want to make sure that if we're going to continue this, that the applicant knows clearly what the charge is going to be, or staff knows clearly what we need to do quite quickly in the next 3 or 4 or 5 days.
Mr. Chair, on that point, I would say that if we're going to have a special meeting, I'll just pick a date. Let's say it's June 32nd, and that gives us a very short fuse. We could probably only do a W-Trans update. We wouldn't be able to go out there and get a third-party review in order to get it prepared, reviewed, understood by staff, and prepared in a staff report. So I guess the first thing I'd say is there consensus to approve the, to adopt the negative declaration by approval of a motion to do so? And then is there a continuance to either continue to a special date of June the 32nd to allow for W-Trans to update the report? Or would you say continue to August the 12th to allow the applicant to prepare a study to update the parking question and then have it peer reviewed by somebody of staff selection?
Can I ask a question about procedure?
Go ahead,
Why
Steve.
are we not going to have any possibility of a meeting on any day at all in the month of July? I mean, I understand the 4th of July is in there but isn't there some other date in that month that would give us some breathing room and not jam us up so much?
Well, the good news is that you could have a meeting, but you won't have any staff to do it. We've been all directed to take some well-earned time off during the month of July. And so that's why, that's the intent of going dark.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I was trying to pull up my calendar.
I could make a recommendation. It would be to have a motion this evening to adopt the mitigated negative declaration and to continue the hearing to either June 24th or 29th. My recommendation would be, based on the record, that the parking issue be dealt with by extinguishing the bank, so that moving forward, would be dealing with an exception. But the record in place tonight is clear that in 2018, there was a bank of 12 spaces approved. The current project would use most of those, and it would be within the Planning Commission's purview to extinguish that bank with a new condition of approval, modifying that use permit. I do agree that the action of the waiver should be included, and that would need to be noticed and addressed in the staff report.
Along with the notice, Christine, of the exception to be approved.
Well, I was recommending not a parking exception.
I disagree with that. I think it's all smoke and mirrors at this point, unless we go to the facts that there's 141 spaces required. There's 131 existing spaces, and we have to deal with that. We
So your
can't
preference
we
would be
can't
for the
be
parking
playing these games and extinguish things, but then let it go under the rug. Let's get the facts out there and do it right.
I agree 100%.
Okay. So if we just look at the pure numbers of 141 versus 131, if we seek an exception and we have the purview of being able to make an exception up to 30%, well, that 10 is certainly less than that 30%. So it would be within our purview to consider it. Am I hearing that we basically are just kind of setting aside the numbers game with the banking, and what we'll be doing is coming back and making the decision? 131 existing, they need 141. Our site conditions, management regulations, whatever, going to be enough for us to be comfortable to grant this exception? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes.
Yes.
Larry?
I just want to say that just both philosophically and operationally, I don't like feeling rushed. I understand the desires of the applicant to get some finality to these decisions. I don't like feeling like we're jamming in an extra meeting with barely enough time for staff to do the work on what I consider to be from fairly substantive issues. It's unfortunate that July we go dark, but that's the way it is. This is the first time this commission has seen this application. It was very well presented. I think we all understand the design and like it. We all get the fact that this is something that's seasonally conditional, but I don't think that the process should suffer because the applicant's in a hurry or because the city's going dark. My recommendation and what I would support in a motion is the approval of the negative deck and the CEQA study, and a continuance of this meeting to our first meeting in August, so that everyone has the time to actually look at these things in detail, come to some reasonable decision making, and not feel like we're under the gun. I don't think good decisions are made under the gun, and I'm not gonna support a motion that has us pushing this process in a hurried fashion. I just don't see the reason for it. I mean, customarily, having 2 meetings on a project like this with the issues have come up, to me, is not unusual. And I don't want to feel like, hurry when there's no reason for it.
So, Mr. Chair, based on what I've done, I'm not kind of trying to count numbers here a bit. I'm feeling at a point where we should probably not bifurcate the CEQA and the action based on the information I've just, or the comments that have been made. So my recommendation would be to continue the item to the August 12th meeting in its entirety. That would include the CEQA and also the use permit, with direction to staff to receive a report from W-Trans, an updated report from W-Trans, and then have that report peer reviewed at the applicant's expense. And we could certainly have that report reviewed by our city engineer or somebody that the city engineer recommends to us.
I support David's point of view.
Well, the only comment that I'll share that I disagree with my friend, the vice chair, is just the fact that this is not a new client. And this is a project that has had a track record of 20 years plus. It isn't perfect, but no project is. And it sounded like we were just, we were talking numbers, and I understand that part of it wasn't properly, or not say properly identified, noticed, but it just wasn't noticed. So I am troubled somewhat by what at least I've observed down through the last 12, 18 months is a business that has put forth an effort to be a good neighbor. Where I was headed before this confusion on numbers of parking spaces was I was reasonably content that there probably was enough on-site parking with creative tandem or valet that could handle the vast majority of the events that take place. My greatest concern was how effective management was going to be to control the parking of staff. And the reality is we do have a delightful campus that happens to be tucked into a residential neighborhood that overall has worked reasonably well and has put forth effort to reach out to neighbors that may have concerns. So with those comments, that's where I was feeling comfortable to say, let's have a special meeting and not put it off until August. But here again, if the recommendation from the director based upon a much broader and more in-depth picture.
What is W-Trans going to contribute to this conversation?
Okay, question. That's a great question. I don't know. So could someone give me an idea or answer it?
Go ahead, Michael.
Well, Joe could speak better to this, but I believe that we received input yesterday from the neighbors with very detailed additions that could be added to the parking management plan. And Larry's idea about the decal or sticker for employees, I think, is really spot on. And so I think it's making a parking management plan that maybe was more aspirational when it was drafted, and making it much more detailed and granular is the way to go. And Joe, you could work with W-Trans on that.
Right, and W-Trans has been very, very responsive. I think that the plan could have an addendum to address the specific of construction and how we would handle the construction traffic, how we would instill that we still have the same amount of parking spaces, a specific plan on Austin Avenue, because Austin Avenue, notice we're not hearing from anyone else. We're hearing from the residents that are directly across from the front drive. Some of the residents' comments were Austin Avenue needs a stop sign. It's challenging there to see as the traffic goes by, and we sent out the landscaper to trim the bushes back. So there's some things that we can do. And I think the signage, as I said earlier, that's saying that no commercial traffic there, that resolves one of the most irritating things to the residents. Was it doesn't matter how infrequently it happens, but if there's a bus with diesel sitting outside your house, I think there's things that we could put in the parking plan that address it. And we could also work with the the city and the school district on what's going to happen in the future when football games start over there. So we could quickly work with W-Trans on a more specific plan.
Through the chair.
Yes.
Joe and Michael, I think you're forcing yourselves to August 12th. Do you really want to do that?
Ideally, you would approve it tonight. That's through exceptions. But if procedurally, based on what David was saying, it's not possible, we would move as quickly if we could get a meeting on June 29th or something like that, we would make it happen. If not, we will take what we can get in the first 2 weeks in August.
I agree. I understand the complexity of the situation and whatever the planning commission decides, we understand.
Mr. Chair, can I make a motion?
Um,
I would like to move that we continue this matter as recommended by the city planning director until our meeting of August 12th.
There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I'd like to
Second.
make a second, but also a proposed friendly amendment that when it comes back to us, it includes the option to provide an exception for parking.
I mean, I think that is inherent in the motion that
Okay.
discussion
I just want to make sure that it's
and
going
the
to come back
waiver
to
and
that
all
way.
the other things that need public notice would be
It's done with
incorporated.
this banking discussion.
Yes.
Any further discussion from commissioners before we take a vote? Did I see your hand up, Bob, or not?
Yeah, I just want to make sure we were talking about a waiver, the residential component. Is it something that staff does or does not want to do? But if there's that opportunity to clarify that, this is the time to do that.
Need some comment from D2, please.
That is assumed, Mr. Chair.
That is assumed? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, any other comments based upon the motion on the table? Jim? Anything? Nope.
Nope.
Okay, roll call.
That's me, huh?
It is.
Commissioner Felter,
Yes.
Commissioner Barbos,
Yes.
Commissioner O'Neill,
Yes.
Commissioner Wyrick.
He doesn't go.
Oh, he's off. Sorry, Commissioner Bohar.
Aye.
Did I get everybody? Then I have Vice Chair
Oh.
Barnett.
And then also McDonald
And Sheila.
and Sheila.
Didn't I? I'm horrible at this. Apparently.
You got me. You got me already.
Yes.
Yes.
You can
Commissioner
go first.
McDonald,
Yes.
Vice Chair Barnett,
Aye.
Chair Wellender.
I'm gonna be the black sheep, no.
The motion passes. Can I do my math? 6-1.
Very good.
Very good. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, everybody.
Consideration.
Have a good evening.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, let me get back to my agenda. All right, we have items for discussion as a whole.
Well, we already talked about having the 10th item agendized, so that was the only thing I wanted to make sure we get on a future agenda.
Agreed?
Is this David Storr's time to talk on issues update, or is this a commissioner comments?
This is commissioner items for discussion. We're putting him off until number 10, which is next.
Oh.
This is just items for discussion amongst commissioners.
Okay, I have a question.
Okay.
What was the new tent in front of Hot Monk administratively approved?
This year, because of COVID, any tents that were on private property did not require approvals from the city.
Okay,
And what's the expiration?
That's a good question.
Is it what I think it is, that they extended that till the parklets and everything until November of 2022?
Yeah, it's all under the not executive order. What do you call it? The city council's emergency motion.
So we have any tent that anybody wants to put up until November of 2022 is granted automatically.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if I can, through the chair.
Please.
I believe at the early outset of the pandemic, we actually did issue some temporary use permits. I forget the number of them. Mostly they were around the plaza. I may be wrong, but we might have done that with Hot Monk, but we can check back and get back with you on that. There may be a date certain on that, but again, as Christina said, it might be linked to the actual executive order of the city council.
This is a new tent besides the other tent that they put up.
So the only tents that we've issued permits for are in the right of way or on the sidewalk. So Della Santina's, gosh, any of those other ones that are in public property have temporary use permits. Private property, we have not been issuing temporary use permits during COVID.
I got a question about David Storer. A question on the development of the tent regulations. I've lost track of that.
Yeah, that has really been on hold because of COVID. There, the ad hoc sets the priority list, and that originally had been higher on the priority list, and the ad hoc committee shifted it down maybe six months ago to focus on other higher priority issues.
Is there any chance that document or that development would help us with some of the issues we had tonight? Is that a fair thing to say at this time?
Potentially. I think in general, it is a programmatic issue that we need to address. I personally, felt that wrapping it into the use permit was a good way to try to do that by having the tent reviewed by design review and coming to the planning commission. It's a much higher level of review than we've done previously. And then that way it frees up staff time that it's been through that review process once. And so for subsequent years, it doesn't require additional review.
Okay.
So are we going to be able to agendize the request for a robust discussion on tents? Is that going to be then August 12th?
No, sir.
I would recommend holding off on that. The tents with COVID and the outdoor dining, there's a program to be developed for the parklets and those continuing. And I would recommend waiting to see how those design guidelines shake out first.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, we have a prescribed set of city council initiatives. Most of you are aware of the development code ad hoc, but also we've been focusing our time on affordable housing matters as directed by the council. We now know that staff's going to be occupied with the Spark appeal, and I'll talk about that in a minute. But certainly the channel or the funnel will be to go through the development code ad hoc, and as you know, that composition has been somewhat disturbed with the mayor leaving the council. So we're not quite sure of the timing on that and the priorities of the council at this point.
Okay.
So August 12th, it will not be there.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, anyone else have any items for discussion before we give D2 the mic back?
I don't know if this is the appropriate time, but I just want to put on our radar this Picasso timeshare home sales. Are you guys following this?
Oh, yeah.
Mr.
Is
Chair,
this something that
if I
should
can,
be on the agenda? Is this something that the planning commission can get involved in? I see D2 shaking his head.
what I can tell you, commissioners, is that your staff is this issue is in the capable hands of your staff and will be addressed in an appropriate manner. And to the degree that the planning commission will be involved in that will be determined as we go through a process that I'm not going to be able to talk about it much at this point. I'd be happy to speak offline with each of you individually, but not at this time.
Can you make any comment about that suit that's pending over in St. Helena now?
I could, but I'm not going to for reasons that I don't want to speak about it in public at the moment.
Thank you.
So the good news is that it is on our radar. Staff's aware of it, and we will be folded into it at an appropriate time. So that's good.
All right, thank you for that.
Okay, then, Mr. Storr, would you please share with us any of your updates?
Sure, thank you. The infamous meeting of August the 12th will be live in chambers. And we just had a city council meeting to say goodbye to Mayor Harvey, and there were some hiccups. I believe the next city council meeting will be via Zoom. As we've mentioned previously, the city will be dark. Staff will be working on and off, but also taking vacations, as I mentioned. But the meeting in August will not have that Zoom capability. So bring your treats, bring your water bottles, and we'll look forward to seeing you in person. There are two things that I want to tell you that I'll distribute after this meeting. Number one is a legislative update that's been provided to us by the League of California Cities with respect to the most recent June legislative update. There's a lot of things to be looking at. One of the items is SB 9. I've mentioned it previously about the ability to do away with single family zoning, your traditional Euclidean zoning. And the second thing that I'll send out will be a really well done staff report by staff at the city of Petaluma. They held a city council workshop on affordable housing, talked about a lot of different finance mechanisms that are out there. And they blend in there the RENA stuff with updating their housing element and the like. This was done on the 17th of May, so it's quite fresh, and we'll give you a good primer on some of the things that we'll be talking about. They're about a couple of weeks ahead of us, so to speak. With that in mind, we have issued the contract with Beth Thompson from De Novo Consultants, and we believe that she'll be ready to make a presentation and do an intro to your commission at the August 12th meeting. So I look forward to doing that. The second to last thing is on June the 17th, if you're interested, somewhat related to SB 9 discussion I just talked about in the legislative update, the American Planning Association for the state of California is putting on a workshop on affordable housing with respect to, it's called Plex Paradox, writing the code to undo single family zoning. It's quite an interesting topic on how to develop to eradicate single family zoning districts, basically upping the density, so to speak, such that you can put one or two more units on your property. It's being put on by Bill Fulton. And for those of you with an eagle eye, that is the author of that Planning 101 book that we distributed about a year or two ago. So Bill will be the moderator. One of the four panelists is a gentleman by the name of Tom Pace. Tom is the community development director of the city of Sacramento. And that gentleman is smarter than I'll ever be. I gave him his first job out of planning school back in the day. So I would encourage you to watch that. I'll be unable to do it based on a prior commitment. At your since your last meeting, the city council's taken some actions, done some great things for affordable housing. They've actually approved the second reading of the affordable housing improvements, or updates, if you will. And then also Christina took before the council another ordinance on the affordable housing thing, providing definitions in our municipal code relating to what ELI stands for, LI, moderate, middle income, and the like. So happy to get that on its way. The second reading, I believe, will be at the next meeting on the 24th. We also have had the city council discuss a vacancy on the city council. They continued that to the meeting on the 24th. They are going to discuss with members of the community, those that have served on the city council in the past, to maybe even possibly look at filling a slot on the council on an interim basis. I think the word was stopgap. So they'll be making contact with people in the community that have been on the city council previously, as opposed to perhaps going out to an election, which they may ultimately end up doing, but that will be in November. The budget was continued to the next meeting. We also had the opportunity at the last city council meeting to meet the new city manager, Garrett Toy. He'll be starting at the city on July the 20th. As it turns out, Mr. Kiff, D4, will be starting a new job July the 1st with the Sonoma Development Commission. So there'll be a gap of 20 days there when I believe the assistant city manager will be the interim city manager until Mr. Toy arrives. Mr. Toy comes from the town of Fairfax. That concludes my comments, Mr. Chair, and I will distribute those two things out within the week.
I believe that, if I'm not mistaken, somebody had floated the idea that it might be prudent to have a joint meeting with council with Ms. Beth Thompson. Is that still something that fellow commissioners might have interest in? And what was the genesis behind that?
Well, you recall, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Chair, Freudian slip, perhaps. The town hall series, I think a few years back, were very well received by the community, and there was a lot of excitement within the community when the planning commission and the council discussed housing. And I think with the preparation of a housing element, I think that'd be a good opportunity to put the two bodies together and have a community-wide discussion.
Do my fellow commissioners support that idea?
Sure, anytime.
Yep. I think they're falling asleep on me. Okay, very good then. Any other comments from commission?
I have one. Maybe it's something that the city has approved already. I'm not quite sure. I live in the downtown. I'm very close to the plaza. For the past 3 weekends in a row, I've noticed what it appears to be motorized vehicles being launched in the downtown with people riding them around. They go by my house. They also interface and go along the bike path that's in front of my house. And so I was wondering, one, is that something that the city's approved? And two, is that something that would require a permit since it's taking place in the public right away?
What I can do, Commissioner McDonald, is have the police chief give you a call, or I can give you a cell number, whichever one. I really don't know. I think he ought to be brought.
Yeah, maybe just give me a cell number so the next time I see it, I can actually identify it and just let them know what's up.
Yeah, that'd be good. I know he's been chasing off kids in cars without mufflers along Napa, so this may go right along.
These are tourists in little vehicles that look like, I don't know, like some of them look like little mini Rolls Royces and stuff like that. It's kind of odd. So, and then the other thing, which is perplexing to me, but I've been here for 21 years now, and it just seems to me that the number of aircrafts flying very low over the plaza, it continues to be a nuisance, at least for me. And I was just wondering, does the city have they granted permission for the county's I guess the vintage airplanes flying overhead? Is that something that is something that the city's permitted, or is it something that the city promotes? And also, is there, I know some other cities require permission, and they are able to tax people that fly over the airspace of the city.
I'm not aware of any permits that we would have issued. I think I would have heard of it. I believe we actually have regulations that prohibit that activity. Same with balloons and the like.
Well, I also have air balloons flying out. I don't know. I live right on the plaza. I mean, do other people experience, other commissioners, have they experienced sitting in their backyard and having to listen to planes fly over their house all day long on the weekend? I don't know. Maybe I'm a little sensitive, but anyway, I just wanted to bring that up. I was just curious if the city, permits that, and no comments from any of the other commissioners. I guess they don't care.
They don't hear it, Bob.
They don't hear it. Okay.
So we're all old, Bob. We don't have good hearing anyway.
Okay. All right.
With that, final comment, do I have a motion for adjournment?
Move to adjourn.
Is there a second?
Second.
Very good.
Happy 4th of July, everybody.
Yes, see you in August 12th, if not before. So thank you,
Thank you, Ron.
and good night.
Okay.
Recording stopped.